In the start of manhwa, everyone asking from saintess to choose husband from 3 candidates. Crown Prince Kyle Alemes allied. Duke Cass Cloud. The High Priest Reus de L. Everyone is interested in the as well as gods 2 gods, interested in decisions. Then saintess Ariel woke from sleep. Annie, her maid, asked is she feeling well? And worried that why saintess asking for her name since 2 days. Saintess makes excuse that she wasn't feeling well. Annie informs that is to go Crown Prince birthday banquet. After that maid left. Saintess start summarizing memorize that she is in novel, The of Saint Camilla. The novel was about saint named Camilla who gets courted by 3 incredibly handsome men. She is a daughter of a lowly baron in countryside and she is wedlock child Ariel who will die and all 3 guys will become Camilla's husband. She made a deal with Pope to become temporary saint to stabilize the political standing of Crown Prince and Pope. Since she knows the ending, but now she don't want to die, and have to survive anyhow. Then suddenly blue screen pop up in front of her and there is messages from God that gods are interested in her and her decisions. Then Pope's come by himself to give Ariel breakfast. Ariel took his name accidentally and then realized she did a mistake cause in reality Pope is not as nice person as seen. She apologized to Pope. Pope said that he came cause he want seen Ariel and now she also looked different. Then he left. Ariel thought of survival and start making a plan to save money and live happy life. Then to gods who were bored ask Ariel what she is doing. Then Annie came and Ariel asked from maid can she see anything in air. Annie declined, thinks saintess is ill and maid said I really hope for your quick recovery, your holiness. Ariel thought the blue box is visible to her only. Maid said since you're this weak, I bet you'll have a lot of difficulty carrying out your duties. Ariel thought something is off with the way maid talks and come to think of it. All I did the past 3 days was eat, sleep, and read. Camilla, the real saint, would visit temples in different regions and meet priests there or have an audience with the emperor and the crown prince regularly. I probably don't have any official duties because I'm not the real saint. I'm supposed to be weak because I need an excuse to stay cooped up in the temple. A fake like me can't perform the tasks of the real saint. Annie maid said I told you before my brother got injured. Well, it turns out that he's in debt so I think he'll need more of my help. Ariel thought why she is telling her all of this. Then maid said can she raise her allowance that she gave her every month and smile at Ariel. Ariel thought she has seen such smile before. It's the same smile I saw from those who looked down on me for being an illegitimate child in a rich family and still tried to take advantage of my background. That disgusting look in her eyes reminds me of the people I have seen in my past life. In the novel, Ariel was a naive, emotional villainess. Annie, who's gone through a pretty rough life as a maid, must have taken her for easy target but I am not Ariel. Ariel said Annie. Maid yes your holiness. Ariel asked have I been giving you money? Maid flinch yes your highness you said you were worried about my brother and showed kindness to him. Why are you asking me that again all of a sudden? Ariel asked how much did I give you? Maid reply you gave me 650 fran a month. I'm not asking for much just 50 fran would be enough. Ariel thought a maid's monthly salary would be 200 fran at the most, and Ariel gave her 650 fran more? That explains why there was nothing in her pockets. Ariel said to maid I was a pushover, wasn't I? Annie startled. Ariel in cold tone I was such a pushover that even a maid used me. Well, that's disappointing. You don't seem to be in a good mood today. Why don't you think about it and let me know later? No. I'll make it clear right now. I'm not giving you any more money. Annie flinch. Ariel you should be paid more than enough for being the saint's maid. Why are you still asking me for money? If you're that worried about your brother, bring him to me. I heard the temple stable is in need of more workers. If your brother seems useful, I'll find a place for him to work. Maid shouts your highness. Ariel thought the shock you feel when you realize someone you thought was below you was actually above you. I know that kind of look all too well because I've seen it plenty of times in my past life. That's why her attitude was so haughty for a maid. She took me ask a pushover. Maid shouts Your Highness, and in trembling voice said it seems you have forgotten something important, so let me give you a reminder. I know that you are fake. Ariel thought that's right. Real Ariel wasn't the compassionate type who would take pity on her maid and give her money, that she was just stupid enough to shudder at such a ridiculous threat. Maid said you don't want me to go out and tell everyone that you're a fake, do you? Ariel said fine, go ahead. Annie, surprised, thought what did Ariel said? Ariel thought it looks like Ariel kept her quiet by raising her allowance without complaint. It was probably 300 or 400 fran at first. And look at her asking for 700 fran now. Well, not anymore. Ariel said to Annie, go and tell everyone. Annie said if I tell that you will. Ariel cuts her words and replied I'll get executed once I'm found to be a fake, but you know something. What do you think would happen to a maid who's been covering up for a fake saint for 650 fran a month? What would be your fate? Since I'm a noble's daughter, they'll probably let me die a fast death at the very least. But I doubt they would be so generous to a maid. Annie shouts in fear, Your Holy Highness. Ariel, perhaps you might beg to be beheaded with a guillotine like me. Annie flinch. Ariel, you should have told everyone the moment you found out I was fake. Why did you just decide to get in the same boat? You realize your life on the line, yes, and by any chance, does your family know about this? Annie is in fear and shouts no. It's just me. I'm the only one who knows that you're a fake. Ariel thought it's true. Annie said her family has nothing to do with this. Ariel, I'll have to ask your family myself, don't you think? Annie shouts in fear, Your Holy Highness. I've been so horribly rude. You don't have to pay me anymore. I'm so sorry for what I've done. I'll never do it again. Ariel thought that she can't believe advantage of her. Annie begged to Ariel, Your Holy Highness, please forgive me this once. Then Pope arrived. Pope swing his sword and slash Annie. And said it was an urgent situation, so I had no choice but to execute her immediately. Ariel thought Reus did right. Annie played dirty and blackmailed me with my secret. If he let her live, my identity would have been exposed sooner or later. Reus said go and get some rest, he will clean the place, and Reus left. Ariel heart pounding, and she thought Reus did right, and just like how he killed Annie without asking anything, one day, he might swing his sword toward her as well. Then message pop up, the board gods are curious about Ariel, cleverness, judgment, clamminess. Scene shifts to Pope. He is think that Ariel was foolish child and pushover and endured all mistreatment in temple and know how boldly she acted in front of maid. Scene shifts back to Ariel. She is making budget to save money and live her life peacefully. Gods can't understand and ask what is she doing. Then Reus came back to room. She greets him and asked what she was doing. She panicked, and him gave him congratulatory speech page for Banquet. He read it and become curious, causes it more look like a love letter. Ariel embarrassed cause it was originally written by previous saintess, not her. She said she will rewrite. Pope smiles and lefts. Ariel went to library to prepare speech but noticed a noble harassing a trainee priestess. He said he was having short conversation with her. Ariel said she will beshished him from temple, which will be same as banished from society. He argue then revel that she saint. He immediate ask for forgiveness. Saintess don't buzz at all. Then God's message pop up and the says they are curious about her justice. Sense shift, and Ariel read in the books that God's always watches saintess. She thinks she is fake saintess. How can this happen? How can gods communicate with her? She wants to stop the pop-ups, but the gods went furious, and the Ariel apology and said she will not turn off. God became happy, and Hest, the god of knowledge, give her the knowledge of blessed her with knowledge. Now Ariel is also happy. She start writing speech for Banquet. Next day Pope arrive at Ariel's room. Ariel greets well and apologizes for her immature behavior and speech and said she will do best now. Pope said she doesn't have to worry because this is her home now, so she doesn't have to about anything. He asked for new speech. Pope read it. He then said it was excellent speech and also addressed that what happens in library, and he banished the noble and his whole family. Gods are very curious about Pope. Said that he has impure heart, but some gods likes his appearance. Pope leave the room. Then God start disc using about Pope his appearance. Ariel feels dizzy from all of this. Scene shifts and focus on Pope. He is thinking how Ariel is like a whole new person. Her eyes are so blue and her smile. Then High Priest came and start cursing Pope that how could he banish believer and shouts, but Pope doesn't budge and give High Priest task to investigate in far away. Scene shifts to Ariel. Ariel said it might be dangerous for her trainee. But trainee keeps begging and Ariel agreed. Now Ariel has to go palace for Prince's birthday. Dwayne, captain of Holy Heights, escort Ariel. On the way, Ariel saw a crowd of people cheering for her, and think she is fake saint, but God of Knowledge is displeased with Ariel words. Ariel saintess arrived to Banquet and grant welcoming of her. She greets and gives her blessing to Crown Prince. Then suddenly a blast happens. Ariel thought gods are upset, causes she kissed Prince. Then atmosphere of Banquet went ominous. Ariel, though everyone thinks gods doesn't like Prince, but Ariel said gods told her they are pleased with Crown Prince and send their blessing you. After that Ariel went outside to grass and some fresh air. And then Crown Prince followed her. He demand explanation about her strange behavior and she seems completely different, he said. She didn't understand what he is saying. He said the love letter she sent him. She is shocked and give excuse that it was mistake. Crown Prince got angry. Ariel said she wrote it while she was drunk. Crown Prince said letter was too detailed about her fantasies for him, and how happy she would be if he accepted her. The letter was 10 long page. Ariel said she didn't remember. Crown Prince got angry, and said he couldn't sleep for day past few days. God got angry at Crown Prince and throws the light on him. Ariel is startled from God's behavior. She then ran to her carriage and then a message pop up that God was clearing his throat. Run away from Prince. Now saintess went to auction house to buy items so that she can sell it and save money for her happy life. In this process God helps her to purchase valuable items. Now the trainee priests will serve her and she is overwhelming. Now God's gives her opportunity to shop for more divine powers or divine items. She purchase a divine pocket in which she can keep anything. Gods are happy with saintess and they have her real saintess divine powers. But Ariel still thinks according to novel she is fake, so why Gods gave her this power? Then Pope arrive. Saintess shocked, but Pope asked her to treat her causally and drop formality and call him by his name. Pope said he came to see her just cause he miss her. Ariel is in shocked, then Pope left. Gods are discussing his behavior. Some said he will be nice husband material, but some disagree. Ariel thinks that everything is absurd. Pope confess his feelings for Ariel in front of his deity. Scene shifts. Ariel is strolling in garden and she saw a bird injured. Ariel heals the bird but asks her maiden to not to tell anyone about her divine powers. In same garden Pope is having meeting with Lloyd. Cass isn't a God's believer but still donate money in temple for his merchant group image. Then suddenly the blue bird came and sit on Cass' shoulder. They both are shocked causes the bird was about to die and now totally healed. Ariel came to their meeting point and now she meet 3 protagonists of the novel. Lloyd. A temple person came and informed something to Pope. He left. Cass said he will accompany Ariel. Bluebird sit on Ariel. Cass told her it's his bird who was about to die. Ariel is in shock. Cass asked did she healed bird. She denied. Gods are in stress. Then Crown Prince informed that she is in danger. Pope thinks about Ariel action and thinks she is special. Crown Prince Teal her empress may harm her. Saintess said he is Crown Prince and one day he will be great emperor, then in future he should spare her life. Crown Prince is in flinch. She said she does her best so he should spare her life in future. Crown Prince take oath to protect her. Crown Prince touches her hair and asked about her letter she worded to him. Then a voice came. It's Pope. He interrupt. Crown Prince said they haven't done finish conversation yet. Saintess tried to distract the conversation. Pope said Crown Prince should first take appointment from temple causes Saintess belong to temple. Crown Prince and Pope have heated argument. Crown Prince point his sword to Pope in anger. Ariel is in distress. She went to room in distress state. Her maiden think Crown Prince did something warn Ariel said she had no feelings for him. Maiden add that everyone in temple knew that she loves Crown Prince and send love letter. Ariel tried to distract and send Maiden away. Ariel went back to sleep. Then two fairy-looking kids wake up Ariel and inform that she forgot to turn the chat back on. And now this system is about to be destroyed by some grumpy gods who think they've lost their only viewpoint into the world. Wake up, before the world ends. They both introduce themselves as administrator who assist the system. They beg to Ariel to open that chat room causes gods are in distress. Ariel understand the situation and open it. In morning gods are upset from Ariel and ask tones of questions. Ariel gives false statements that she is shy and what to protect her privacy while bathing, etc. Gods assure her that they never interfere in her personal space. But Ariel said she feels shy and now will close the system when she need privacy. Ariel made some bracelets for God and now gods are happy. Ariel this tactic works and all gods are happy. Last night Ariel talked to administrator that she read a novel and this world is novel, but administrator said that it was a book of prophecy not novel. She read prophecy book. Ariel may be the chosen one and will save the world.
Scene changed and in morning Ariel went to merchant group shop. Ariel Knight asked that as she is going to sell them to the merchant group again? Why she is doing this? He thought she received a regular wage. Ariel responds that she is only following the will of the gods. In her mind she is thinking that she don't have enough money to run away from the temple. Besides, that god Mond helped her again today. So she could say that she is following the will of the gods. When Ariel arrived at merchant shop she saw a woman is bargaining for something. She wants to exchange a precious necklace for Cronia. But the seller said it is a precious item, but he cannot exchange it for Cronia. Why don't he pay you instead? The women said everyone knows the Lloyd merchant group has it. If he keep refusing to put it out, she is sure that her employer won't be happy. Seller refused that he can't do that. Sell Cronia is illegal. He, Lloyd, don't deal with illegal items. She demand to talk to Lloyd the owner. But seller said his lordship is occupied at the moment. She need to make an official appointment to meet him. Knight tells Ariel that Cronia that's a type of narcotics. It's a plant used as a painkiller. But in many cases, it's traded as a drug. Only the temple has the authority to manage it. It can cause an irregular pulse, so it can kill a person if it's misused. The women said does he have any idea to send her and he will regret it. Ariel identify the women. She's the head maid of Empress Reus. Why would the head maid of the Empress look for Cronia? After the maid left Lloyd came and applaud his worker well done, Ron. Getting into a family conflict is the last thing Lloyd want to do. Ariel is shocked she didn't expect Lloyd will be there. Lloyd said he wasn't expecting Her Holy Highness to his shop. Ariel said that she here to sell some items. Ron said she came before to sell an item too, but he never knew she was the saint. Ariel said besides, these things aren't all that useful to her but they can be of use to others. That's why she's selling them. Then he would like to buy the necklace for himself for 10,000 fran. Ariel thinks does the garnet necklace is that valuable. But Ron said it's not worth more than 600 and Lloyd is going overpriced. Ariel thinks 10,000 fran is 10 years worth of living expenses for commoners. And it's about as much as her annual salary. Why in the world would he want to buy a 600 fran necklace for 10,000 fran? Her knight said Your Holiness, this is a great opportunity for her to sell it. But Ariel thought it's fishy and refused to sell necklace and said she will sell rest other items. Lloyd told Ariel actually, necklace piece is a stolen item that belonged to the imperial family. Ariel is shocked. Lloyd suggests don't sell it to anyone and hold on to it. Or she could dispose of it secretly, that is, if she don't want any trouble later on. Ariel said thank you for the advice. Lloyd said he want to get to know her more but it's a shame he won't be able to this time. Scene shifts. Ariel is in her room. She is cursing on God Mond that why he didn't told her about stolen necklace and the stupid buy which was worth of nothing. She spent 900 fran on auction but only made 300 causes of this. On top of that, she ended up catching Cass' attention, which is a big problem. And thinks, why did he try to spend 10,000 Fran in order to get something on her, and Lloyd will never make such deal, he only thinks of profits. The money she have isn't enough to buy a house, let alone escape from the temple. Then Pope Reus arrive. He asks from Ariel why she is saving money. Does she thinking of leaving the temple? Ariel hesitate. She start thinking about prophecy book that the first male lead prince was a cold-hearted swordmaster who was stronger anyone else as time passed. He became more and more possessive about Camilla. The second male lead Cassie Lloyd was a merchant who judged and valued people based on a capitalist perspective, but he was also a bold man who did everything he could to make Camilla his once he realized his feelings for her. The third male lead was a priest Reus of strong faith, who prayed for Camilla's true happiness. They all had two things in common. First, they fell in love with Camilla. And second, they were indifferent toward Ariel, the fake saint. So Ariel was certain that she would be able to live a peaceful life without attracting their attention as long as she didn't cross the line, but she getting caught with every male lead. Why is everything drifting further away from the original story? Reus asks in angry tone, does she want to leave the temple? Ariel hesitate and lie. She said she wants to save money to buy villa. She do get enough rest here, but she also need a place where I can have time to herself. Reus buys Ariel lie and said it would be nice for just the two of them to spend time together. Ariel shocked hearing this. Reus laughed and said he is understandable that she want to spend some time away from the temple. He won't stop her. He will assign her more guards and he can't let anyone or anything leave even a single scratch on her. Reus left. Ariel thinks something is definitely off. He wasn't that kind of character before. At this rate, her plan to run away and live a rich, carefree life will go up in smoke. Gods are betting on all three male protagonists. Ariel is in distress and said she doesn't wants to date anyone and don't mean to take the heroine's position at all. She do think that all three of them are attractive characters. But that's only from a reader's perspective. Now that she is actually Ariel, her first priority is to get away from them and survive. Being stabbed and dying again is the last thing she wants. Scene shift and now Ariel and her maiden went to the eve of festival. The maiden looks so excited, it's every priestess's dream to go to the night market during the festival. Ariel bought glass cookies for maiden. They both are enjoying festival. Maiden is worried that the Pope will be furious with you if he finds out they sneaked out. Ariel said, are you still worried about that? He's probably too busy receiving guests. Ariel thanks her for lending her clothes to her maiden, said that Ariel beauty is unmatchable. Ariel and maiden noticed that two men are following them. Ariel got idea. She said let lure them in quiet place. Maiden said it's risky. Ariel said she had already prepared something for such time. The guys took Ariel bait and followed her. Little did they know that Ariel just want to test her power, which was given by God's seal, God of destruction. The guys fainted. Another guy tried to approach Ariel, then suddenly a dagger pierced his hand. Everyone is shocked. The dagger was thrown by none other than Lloyd. The guy cursed and ran away. Lloyd asked what is Ariel doing there without holy nights, and it seems like she have a knack for things like this. Ariel said all she did was push him away slightly, but he passed out. Ariel said he did threw dagger with such a distance. Lloyd mimicked all he did was throw the dagger, but it hit the target. After little chat, Lloyd asked Ariel can he escort her. Daisy went away and asked Ariel to enjoy with Lloyd. Ariel is in distress causes she again caught up with one of the male protagonists. Someone children's was playing. Ariel said it is dangerous for those children to go about on their own. Lloyd informed her that they are orphans. If they're unlucky, they either join a thief guild and become a pickpocket, or if they're lucky, they manage to survive by running errands for merchant guilds. By the looks of it, I think the former applies to them. Without faith in the gods, you can't be a part of mainstream society. But there are many things that can't be explained if gods really exist, thus he didn't believe in gods. Ariel said he may not think that way, but gods really exist. They're not perfect, but at least they're trying. So before we blame the gods, how about we try to change the world with our own hands? Since she is close to the deities, She will ask them to work a bit harder. Causes she is saintess. Lloyd said, does she remember what he said before? I told you I wanted to get to know you. Whenever he see her he filled with curiosity. Ariel is flustered and thinks even this man, who's known to be heartless, has a normal heartbeat. Ariel call herself a ordinary person, that why she get flustered. But Lloyd said when a person calls themselves ordinary, that's usually not the case. Ariel said, is this how you flirt with girls? Lloyd smirked and said, do I look like someone who'd do that? Ariel flustered and panicked and excused herself. She should get back now. There are a lot of interesting things at the night market, so have fun looking around. Ariel think that she don't think will be able to keep a straight face if she continue to stay with him. Daisy is a priestess who's serving her, so she shouldn't have left me alone. She should make this clear when she get back. Lloyd said, see you again, holiness. The first day of festival today, Ariel will be perform her official duties as the saint for the second time. Everyone came to get blessings from Saintess Ariel. Please grant the blessing of the 9 deities. All 3 protagonists are also present there with Ariel. Ariel grant all of them blessings. All 9 gods also grant them blessings. Ariel thinks that even so she feel kinda proud of herself. Maybe this is the right place for her. The festival went smoothly. Ariel take rest in the garden and asked Daisy to bring her some tea. Ariel noticed that in the garden there are many white roses. Reus came and greet Ariel. He plucked one flower and gave it to Ariel. Ariel said it's beautiful, but she feel bad about snapping it off its stem. Reus said the more he know about her the more confused he get. She said the same thing when she first came to temple, but he can't help it. He said once said Ariel wanted to see white rose. They will bloom in the back garden all year long for her. When cold winds begin to blow he will move them to the greenhouse. She will be able to see these in winter as well. Ariel thinks does he planted all these for her. Reus said as long she is in temple he won't have to pick any flowers, but if she leave the temple he will pluck a bunch and bring them with him whenever he come see Ariel. Indirectly he is threatening Ariel not to leave temple. Reus have news to Ariel that in the Chiagu district a young woman holy power has appeared. Scene shifts. Ariel is feeling down. She is thinking about her conversation with Reus. She knows that Ariel isn't the real saint and she already made up my mind to leave before Camilla turned up, but she was supposed to appear 5 years from now. She can't believe the real saint showed up already. Ariel lose her appetite. She remember correctly, Camilla manifested holy power after she received a certain holy artifact from Reed, the deity of eternity. In that case this artifact would have been taken off the sales list. Besides, Camilla's hometown is Ares, while the Chiagu district is on the opposite side of the empire. Then who is that girl from the Chiagu district? Ariel asked from gods, do they know anything about the saint in Chiagu, but no reply. Ariel is pissed off. She think even if she's not Camilla she would still have to step aside for the real saint. But she can't forget Reus' words that nothing will change even real saintess arrived. She will still live in temple. He knows better than anyone that she need to leave the temple, so why did he say such a thing? He even threatened her to keep the secret. Does his plan to lock her in dungeon? God Hest says that she guessed right. Mond is trying to cover Hesed's mouth. Odyssey blushes while talking about dangerous tastes and love. Ariel is pissed on gods that now you're talking. All of them were so quiet when she asked them a question. Then suddenly Ariel hear knock on window, but she thinks who will be there at 4th floor. Then window opened. Did you not hear me knock? Prince said. Ariel is shocked. He said he came to kidnap Saint Ariel. He said as he thought she looks gloomy he is here to take her away. Ariel still can't believe that Prince is there. She asked why he is there. He said he came to kidnap her. He lift her up and said keep quiet, otherwise does she wants him to make her quiet. Ariel flustered. Ariel thought he went insane. Prince jumps from 4th floor. They landed safely. Crown Prince asked her does she get hurt. Ariel said no, but just worried about what will happen when someone finds out she left like this. Crown Prince said he will just kill everyone who would dare to find fault with her. Ariel asked where they are going. Crown Prince asked to follow him. It's his first time kidnapping someone alive, so he is not used to explaining things. Ariel felt worried. Crown Prince said that there's nothing like a nice walk when you have a headache. He brought her to the field filled with flowers. He asked did she heard that the real saint appeared, right? Ariel replies yes, so Reus told her. Reus and Prince decided to tell people that the deities chose a new saint because Ariel too weak to wield holy power. Ariel understand. So Crown Prince here to propose her new position in his palace. The Imperial Palace, few days ago before Prince meeting with Ariel. Your Highness. Little Duke Rockford Shane. Barge into Crown Prince room. After all, how long will you intend to stay still? Crown Prince asked what he means. Duke said the Empress is pregnant. You should carry out your duty as a successor, shouldn't you? Princess said if she gives birth to a son, he will have a younger brother. Your Highness. Duke shouts you've denied the daughter of the Duke Hemigson family. You even denied the saintess is the rumor that interested in men, is that true? Crown Prince replied even if only that rumor were true, he wouldn't choose Duke. Crown Prince is angry. A few months ago. Crown Prince reading previous Ariel love letter. The fake saintess sent me a letter. That was such an annoying letter. How she thought about me every night. How she wanted to share love. She even about married life with me. He felt annoyed by letter and thinks should I cut her neck. That was such an arrogant thought to a saintess. Crown Prince thought that he would deal with her at the banquet. But after a few months, he saw that girl Ariel again. That figure was different from what he has been seen up until then. Noble eyes and a precious figure. The image when talking was also very proper. It's like she really became the real saintess. And her ability to react is very quickly too. When she called Ciel's name, he was very surprised that she even hid her intelligence and acted like she didn't know anything. Or she's really a fool. When she opened her eyes anyway, she looked so cute. Prince realize he is having weird thoughts about Ariel. Does he is crazy why he is thinking about Ariel that way? A servant can inform Crown Prince that he got received have a letter from the temple. Present time. Ariel asked from Crown Prince do he have any jobs for her. Crown Prince asked does she have any places to go after leaving the temple. Ariel said does he is worrying that he will become a homeless person, but she had already done preparing everything for her life after leaving the temple. He don't need to worry. Crown Prince said that a stable life is what she wanted up until now, isn't it, and her situation is in Reus' hands. Even if she returned to her homeland, the future is not bright. And for the sake of political stability, she played the role of the fake saintess, so if she go to the palace, she will be treated very well. Ariel thought she will be not welcome by her family causes she is illegitimate child. For the sake of political stability? Did he mean the Empress is pregnant? Ariel thought. But, if she go to the Imperial Palace, she will become Crown Prince weakness. Ariel refuse. Because the Empress has noticing me. Crown Prince cut her word and speak still she made such a decision. He tried to convince she not to scare you meant after leaving the temple. You have the plan to disappear without anyone knowing. But, no matter what we do, the Empress still has a way to find out my weakness through you. So this is a good suggestion for both of us. She can't do anything to my person in the Imperial Palace. Ariel surprised and said that she need more time to think. It's an important matter, she need to think wisely. She doesn't want to become his weakness that is most important now. Crown Prince replied in disappointed tone that he don't want to see her corpse after she leave the temple. He will come back tomorrow. Ariel is now in her room in distress state thinking why is everything so messed up. Then the gods are also angry. God of art despises his qualities for breaking in. The god of knowledge agrees with the opinion of the god of art. The god of destruction suddenly bit the leg of the god of knowledge. A fight is happening among gods like a normal human family. Ariel shouts on gods and said she is very tired. What the hell are they doing? Ariel thinks about her conversation and thought that Crown Prince is right. If she leave the temple without good she will definitely die. But she is a person who is always tested by lightning at any time. There are invincible gods who always bless her. She thought it won't be a problem if she used some useful items from the shop. Indeed, she should refuse Crown Prince, the main protagonist, and now she thought that's the case. There is only one problem left: is distressed tone. Despite rejecting Crown Prince's offer, the person considers her a weakness. Then what is the way to survive?
The next day, after a short while, I went to an art auction and stopped by Lloyd's merchant. After selling a few things there, behind me were Dwayne and 2 knights following. At that moment, Dwayne asked, "Am I going back to temple?" I replied yes. "'Cause after all I can't go around the streets with 3 men's on my tail." Then, I looked with satisfaction at the balance of a little over 2,000 francs and set out on the road. It is said that Chiago's girl will come after the Rose Festival is over. But even then, even if I buy a holy relic to protect myself, this will be the minimum amount of money for my independence. I put my pocket in, and walked towards the main road. Swoosh! I heard the sound of something running fast from the side of the main road. It was a sharp brown horse. A young man in noble attire was riding on the horse. It was Lord Mikhail, wasn't it? His sister is the empress. Dwayne asked about my well-being. Then, I heard the murmurs of people saying, "Ooh." And after a while, there was a loud noise as if something was falling apart. It was Lord Mikhail, wasn't it? His sister is the empress. There was nothing in this world that scares him. And I saw people gathering in the place where the horse had. What should we do? I think his back is completely broken. And it seems like he has no chance of living. We should inform his parents. But I think he is an orphan and from some guild. I went straight to them with a hardened expression on my face at the word, child. My heart was beating anxiously. A child of 7 or 8 years old, dressed in shabby clothes, his body was drenched in blood, and his legs were protruding bones. Dwayne, who had followed me, asked not to run like this. I said to him, "Bring a stretcher and take the child to that inn immediately." "It's an order," I shouted at him loudly, and he was dazed, then asked the knights to get a stretcher. Hurry. Human life was very tenacious. Just as I was stabbed that day and felt pain until I died. The paladins came quickly to find a stretcher, and when the child was put on the stretcher, his blood flowed down. I was filled with a sense of certainty. "Rent me a room, please." "I'll give you 10 times the price, but I can't rent you a room for a dead," the innkeeper replied. "This child isn't dead. I speak in the name of the saintess of Ilium. I give you my words. I knew I can save him." The innkeeper hesitated, and I firmly appointed the innkeeper. At that time I thought about my past life. My past life was not different than my present life of Ariel in this novel. In my past life, I had been both the victim and the perpetrator. It's not my fault that I was born an illegitimate child, but my presence has shaken the peace of the family horribly. Everyone pointed at me, hated me, and despised me. So I decided to hate them too. I pushed those who tried to trap me into the abyss. And I did more harm to those who tried to harm me. "Monster, vicious thing." Such words followed me. But I couldn't help it. That was the only way I could live like a hedgehog. I only knew how to hurt. But I was also a human being. It was the first time I felt it while saving someone and dying. After telling them to leave the child, I told Dwayne and the knights to leave. I stretched out my hands and laid them on the child's chest with a strong desire. My palms began to twirl with warmth, contrary to me practicing controlling the blessing I received from Seal. I didn't have any time to practice the sacred power. Therefore, I didn't know in what way my sacred power reached the child as a healing power. Although the child's appearance itself was disastrous, I didn't feel disgusted at all. Only infinite sympathy, regret, and willingness to save a dying life filled my mind. The energy that was circling in my hands began to be sucked into the child's. The sacred power is the power of the gods, and my hand is the faucet. I could feel the sacred power overflowing and filling my body, but the sacred power delivered to the child through my hands was at the level of dripping water, as if the faucet hadn't been turned all the way. The child's life was gradually withering away. Like a broken flower. At that moment, I felt something piercing out of my hand, and on the contrary, I felt something being absorbed into me, and then, my stomach had been stabbed by the knife and began to ache. I could feel the passage completely open. However, The healing that came from the sacred power wasn't one-sided. My stomach hurt as if the child's pain had been transmitted to me. My stomach hurt. It hurt so much that I was in a cold sweat, but I didn't want to put my hands down. With the stern sense of responsibility that a life is at stake under my hands, and the feeling of encouragement to see the child come out of death, the sacred power that was pouring out of my hand thinned and stopped. I slowly withdrew my hands. A small voice came out of the child. He exerted strength with his hands to the ground and raised his upper body. The child looked at me with fearful eyes. I was trampled on by a horse earlier. I was then able to breathe and be relieved. Did the mist save me? The child asked me. His eyes were sparkling. The gods supported me through the power, but I saved you. I have no money, though. I don't need things like money. How old are you? I'm 10 years old. The child, who seemed to be at most 8, was 10 years old. No wonder his words were so clear. Are you a member of the Thieves' Guild? I asked the child based on what I had heard earlier. He looked at me and nodded his head. After a while, I pulled out my pocket and handed the boy 10 francs. You can buy clothes with this, buy meals and eat them. From now on, if a crazy bastard on a horse runs up to you, dodge it quickly. The child opened his eyes wide and looked at me. In modern terms, it was worth hundreds of thousands of won, which is surprising. He thanks me, but he said he can't take this money, so I said, it's not a free gift. From now on, I'll hire you. At my words, the child made a bewildered expression. I've heard of the Thieves' Guild in the original story, the Thieves' Guild, where all personal information of the continent, as well as the empire, comes and goes. Since I have to leave the temple soon anyway, I need more information to save myself. Realistic information from the Thieves' Guild rather than the limited information about the temple will be helpful. I didn't have to give him useless and worthless money just because he was pitiful, but if it's something that can help each other in the long run, that's a different story. If I can get information from there through this child, it won't be a loss for me either. I saved you from dying. So if I do this, will you be able to trust me? The child nodded his head. I need information from the Thieves' Guild. You just need to periodically sell the information I need. If it's information, what do you mean? I decided to try the child's usefulness first. Is it reliable? I have a garnet necklace that the deceased Empress Dowager gave to the Empress. The octagonal red jewel is shining brightly inside the pure gold decoration. I want to find the material of that necklace. The child nodded his head with a clear look. I understand. Thank you for saving me. Although he said thank you, it was realistic for him to hold the money tightly. I'll be waiting at the third pillar on the east side of the ceremonial hall of the Temple of Ilium at noon in 3 days. So bring the relevant information. You're a member of the Thieves' Guild, so you can sneak into the temple, right? I understand. Leave it to me, miss. And leave from the window, not the door, I said, pointing to the inn's window. It won't be difficult to get to since it's on the first floor. There are holy knights outside of the room. We need to keep this deal secret. The child said, I got it. Thanks for saving me. He bowed his head to me once more, turned around, and went over the window. After a while, the door opened, and Dwayne, who was standing in front of the door, I asked, why are you looking so startled? He looked at me and said it was nothing. Then he looked around the room in surprise. Where is the child's body? Dwayne thought he was dead and asked me. The room was covered with blood, and the child's figure was nowhere to be seen. I told him as soon as the child regained his consciousness, he ran away from the window. I was going to order him not to speak, yet I gave up. Everything that Dwayne saw and heard goes to Reus. Anyway, well, he didn't see me healing the child himself, so I guess there won't be any trouble. And I left the room and ordered Dwayne, please clean up the mess. I am going back to the temple. Sir Dwayne looked puzzled. He replied, yes, of course, Holy Highness. Returning to the temple after a tiring day, I stood in front of the mirror and rolled up my top. It's fine now. But I remember feeling the intense pain as if it had been cut with a knife, and after a while, I found a long, half-moon-shaped scar on my navel reflected in the mirror. It looked more like a kind of tattoo on the skin rather than a rough scar. It was the place where I had been stabbed in the past in my life. and it was the place where I had been hurting like crazy. I found the stigma, and read the description, and then the chat window started blinking. You have proved your faith by fully opening your sacred power with extreme patience. Your stigma has appeared. The god's interest and favor with you increases. Then, the Oracle of Level 3 is opened, and in the chat window, a sentence came to my mind. The god of benevolence, Oman, has entered your oracle. A god, who couldn't enter the oracle, sighs as the ground is gone. Another god, who couldn't enter the oracle, is spreading the mat. The stigma that suddenly appeared on my stomach and the fact that the oracle level had risen to 3 made me bewildered. In the meantime, the chat window flashed. The god of benevolence, Oman, enters the oracle and looks around. The god of love, Odyssey, slowly steps back and makes a fuss. The god of art, Mond, shakes his head. Maybe it's just my feeling, but it wasn't an atmosphere where other gods actively welcome Oman. The god of knowledge, Hest, pretends not to know and coughs. Perhaps there is bullying among the gods. I looked at the chat window with a shaky expression on my face and said, "Anyway, you're in the oracle, so I hope everyone is getting along well." Then suddenly the god of benevolence, Oman, seems to be moved by your words. The god of benevolence, Oman, confesses that he has bought your share. At first impression, he seemed like a good rookie. Then another sentence came to mind. But the god of knowledge, Hest, says that in fact, Oman is the most destructive of the gods. The god of benevolence, Oman, stretches out a gentle hand. The god of destruction, Seal, senses danger and reveals his fangs to Oman. And it was then, the chat window where the sentence appeared suddenly stopped. It was at the moment when I was worried in my mind that I might be being baptized by other gods. The god of knowledge, Hest, is temporarily disabled. The god of benevolence, Oman, likes your shoes. The god of destruction, Seal, falls asleep temporarily with tears forming around his eyes. The god of benevolence, Oman, pats Ciel's droopy head, saying that he must be tired. Something must have happened, but I had no idea what it was. Then, the god of benevolence, Oman, winks at you, telling you not to worry. Anyway, the newcomer of the oracle seems to be adapting well. So that should work, right? Again today, after blurring the peaceful oracle room, I touched the stigma through my clothes. Obviously, she was a fake saintess when I possessed this body, but it seems that I have become a real saintess. There's no way. I shook my head, thinking of the girl coming from Chiago. Reus, who was alone in the grand sanctuary and prayed while looking at the statue, "Please God guide my soul, and cleanse my impure heart." He felt a rush of people approaching behind his back, but he was just engrossed again, paying attention to the prayer. As he turned around after a while, he saw Dwayne's face, kneeling on one of his knees and waiting. Dwayne's face was stiffer than usual. He asked him with cool eyes, "What's going on?" Dwayne opened his mouth, still with a very stiff expression on his face. There was something bizarre happened and I didn't understand. I'm talking about the saintess. Reus hardened his eyebrows at those words. He asked, "What is it?" The saintess moved a child, who was almost dying after being hit by a horse in the square, to the inn room and closed the door, because there was no hope. I thought the saintess would give her prayers for the last time so that her child could leave in peace. Dwayne remembered what had happened. Blood splattered on the floor and the child disappeared from nowhere. And the saintess's hands were full of blood and the child had vanished in thin air. "Are you sure that child was on the verge of death?" At Reha's questionable remarks, Dwayne nodded violently. "That's right. His back was broken and his limbs twisted, making him unable to survive. There was one window in the room, but no bloodstains were seen, and no body of a child had fallen below. If someone showed up and took the body, people would have found out. If the child is healed and walks out the window unharmed, it would be possible to disappear like that," Reha said. But Dwayne said, "It's impossible even if the saintess uses divine power. In that short time, there is a history that Bergarita, the first and strongest of the saintesses, completely brought a dying person back to life within an hour. How can Her Holiness, Saint Ariel can bring back someone in just a minute. Reha's eyes swayed. I'm going to meet Ariel. I need to meet her immediately. Scene shifts to Ariel room. I made the shop feature appear. Since the Oracle level was 3, there were still restrictions on items. But I thought that it was better because there were more items to choose from than when it was at a lower level. The money I have right now is exactly 2,000 franc, and at level 3, I was able to buy various relics. Mond's cup. If you drink from this cup, you will never get drunk. 250 franc. The god of art Mond recommends. Mond's cup. Ciel's ring. When you wear this ring, the dogs show their closeness to you. 180 franc. The god of destruction Ciel is proud of the ring. Omen's lash. When you wield this whip and say a special starter, all the opposite sex will obey you. 570 franc. There are all sorts of weird stuff. Is this really a relic store? There were also relics worth thousands of franc. Wow, expensive. As I was flipping through miscellaneous relics, I found what I needed. Hesid's bracelet. Wearing this bracelet will protect you. 340 franc, which is affordable. I don't know how much it can protect my body. I might meet that crazy guy who ran at me with a knife the last time I went to the night market again. And, according to Kyle's assumption, I might face threats after leaving the temple, so I bought it without hesitation. After a while, a crude leather bracelet was placed on my hand and I was occupied with it. The god of knowledge Hest is satisfied with your right decision. The god of benevolence Oman strongly protests against the shop. The price of Omen's lash has been adjusted to 30 franc. But I'm not going to buy that, though. Seriously, these gods are so wholesome. It was when I was satisfied with the bracelet I bought at the store. After closing the shop, a knock was heard. Soon after, the door opened and the person who appeared was Reus. May the high priest be blessed by the 9 gods. What were you doing? He asked. I was just looking at the scenery outside. Well, after all, I couldn't say I was shopping, she thought. He stared at me for a moment and then opened his mouth again. It would be better to enjoy the scenery outside than to see it through the window. A low, soft voice sweetly drifted into my ears. Like it's better to see Ariel like this in person than secretly. Ah yes, your holiness, I want to take a walk with Ariel, he said. As I walked through the temple with him, I stood in front of a garden where white Rotunia was in full bloom. Against the darkening landscape, the white rose seemed to gradually radiate a mysterious light. As the deep blue night approached, the petals twinkled like fireflies. I looked at the bunch of flowers and said as if I was possessed, it's amazing. It shines like a lantern. The scenery I saw during the day was beautiful, but it was a flower that showed its true value at night. Reha looked back at me, staring at them for a while with a slightly startled expression, and smiled faintly. Do you know the legend about White Rotunda? He asked. At that, I shook my head. No, after coming here and receiving the blessing of Hest, I have read more than 100 books, but I have never heard of that legend. Once upon a time, faraway kingdom. It is said that a boy was living in Altion in the kingdom of Pravado, and a fairy named Rotunia. The boy surely loved the fairy. But the fairy loved a man other than the boy, and the boy made his wish to the demon king to have her. The demon king told him to put a dying bird on a vine and put it on the roadside with thorn sap. The boy did, and the next day there was Rotunia, hanging on the vine. She was poisoned by the thorn sap that ruined her wings and lived with the boy. But she never smiled at the boy, not even once. The boy went back to the demon king and asked how he would make Rotunia laugh, and this time, the demon king told him to put Rotunia's broken wing feathers on a vine and poison on it. And the next morning, the man she had loved was trapped and poisoned to death. Rotunia smiled at the boy for the first and last time with a very lovely expression. She then died when she kissed the venomous lips of the man she loved for the last time. At that moment, I got goosebumps. The thought of her beautiful smile made the boy unable to eat or swallow water, and it was painful to keep his eyes open, so he stabbed himself in his eyes and blinded them. And the moment he died in his agony, he struggled to grab the white rose that had bloomed from Rotunia's dead spot. Reha's voice was heard. That's why the flower language of Rotunia is symbolized as destruction of love. After a while I opened my mouth. That's not love. It's an obsession. It's just a crime. Is that so? Reus stared at the flower again. It must be an obsession to be greedy for something that needs to be let go. Why do it feel like love to me, even think it's love? Because Mr. You are a psychopath. If you have a bitter heart, you want someone to stay by your side forever, even if you break the wings of whoever you want. How displeased the gods and you must be. His low voice rang in my ears. And the moment my shoulder stiffened, a chat window flickered in front of me. Without keeping my eyes on him, I stared blankly at the chat window, then flinched my shoulders. His golden eyes were staring at me. The god of destruction, Seal, roars with deep vigilance. The god of art, Mond, lays down his infinitely light moral standards. The god of benevolence, Oman, encourages you to make him one of your humble slaves with Oman's lash. I think they're enjoying this a bit too much. I'm still not buying that whip. Ariel, flinched at Reus' dangerous remarks, were also bewildering, but he seemed to say something strange while I was reading the oracle in front of him. After a while, the chat window disappeared and only Reus was visible. He looked at me with an awkward expression and smiled faintly. After a while he spoke again. I was thinking about how I would react if you were a real saintess, but suddenly I came back with a long story. And at those words, I wiggled my eyebrows, a gentle breeze blew again, and the white Runia swayed. The real saintess, you said? What nonsense are you talking about? I said to him with an awkward smile while hiding my true thoughts and fear of getting caught. It's you who made me the fake saintess. Why do you say that when you know it so clearly? He looked at me and opened his mouth. Remember when Ariel said to me you wanted this flower? If I plant that auspicious flower and see it every day, maybe someday it will dwell in me as well. You said that if you earnestly wish for something, it will come true. I thought this must be old Ariel's wish before I was reborn into this world. That's why the flower with this tragic legend is unfortunately also called the flower blessed by the gods, because it has hidden mystical powers. You said earlier that this flower shines like a lantern. And then he reached out to me and put my hand on my shoulder. The weight of his hand is carried with a throbbing weight. A low voice pierced my ears. The light of Runia that appears at night can only be seen with either divine or holy power. How can you see that, Ariel? Reus asked. I heard the sound of something crashing in my chest. That means I screwed up. The light of Runia that appears at night can only be seen with either divine or holy power. I heard the sound of something crashing in my chest. Damn, I screwed up. If I had known the secret of white Runia, I would never have said that the flowers were shining in front of Reus. I felt a chill in my spine and quickly shook my head. Now there is only way lie. Ariel lied. I had a dream. Unlike holy power that appears suddenly, divine power is innate. Perhaps that's why I thought that the flower seems to glow under moonlight. Reus twisted his lips and said, why does it seem like you are making excuses? Ariel replied, haha. Oh please your holiness. You know I've always wanted to be a real saintess, so why would I lie? Ariel thought that, real Ariel, would do anything to become real saintess. Ariel added words to avoid his suspicions. If you really think that holy power has manifested in me, there's a way to check. Use holy power tester, and you will know that I am not lying. After a while he opened his mouth and said, I would rather have been mistaken. These days you seem like a completely different person. Those words made Ariel flinch inside. He then continued, well, it's getting harder and harder to control myself. His golden eyes glowed brightly in the darkness. It's the first time something like this has happened. Tomorrow morning, before the temple opens, please come to the temple annex. Ariel thought he had finished talking, but he opened his mouth again and spoke. Cold, dangerous eyes were looking at her. He said, I'll have to check it out, as Ariel said. A bell was ringing in my head to signal danger. I already felt a heavy feeling as if I had shackles on my ankle. After a walk with Reus, she returned to her room late and found the window door open and a letter was on my desk. You're not in your room today, so I'll come tomorrow. It was Princess Kyle letter. Looked around the room with a chill on my spine, putting down the letter. Ariel raised one hand and touched my forehead. Ariel thought she had to get out of here as soon as possible, rather than that, starting tomorrow. Ariel reactivated the oracle, then oracle chat window opened. The god of art, Mond, runs barefoot. The god of destruction, Seal, is wagging his tail. The god of benevolence, Oman, is curious about your business with Reus. After coughing a couple of times, I looked at the chat window and said, "Listen, I don't have much time, so I will just cut to the chase. Could someone break the holy power tester in the temple's annex for me tomorrow morning?" The god of art, Mond, widens his eyes at your words. Ariel said, "I know this is ridiculous request, but I have no other option, and I will consider the one who does it as a savior for the rest of my life, because this will make me get confined in the end. Don't completely destroy it, but just temporarily disable it, please." The gods have entered into a serious meeting. A message Ariel had never seen before appeared. The meeting went on for quite some time. Even after 1 hour no message pop up, and she thought even it's too difficult to make a request from God, even for someone who's favored by God. Ariel couldn't wait and lay in bed. She thought maybe meeting will get over when I will wake up. What if gods didn't help me? I don't want to live in the dungeon. Maybe it was because of the stressful routine that Ariel fell asleep without realizing it. A voice wakes her up. "Your Holiness." It was Daisy. "What's going on?" Ariel asks. Daisy was stamping her feet with an anxious look. "There's a big problem. The temple annex, it's completely destroyed. I think you should go out and see it." "Wait, what?" Ariel shouts loudly. The Temple of Ilium was divided into 5 main areas. The main building, where believers gather every week. Next, it's located in a location with good access to all the buildings, including the pavilion where priests and priestesses live. And Ariel was living in the most luxurious and large room here. And there was the sanctuary, a tower where saints receive oracles, and a library. The last one was an annex that could store holy relics and distinguish divine power and holy power. The annex completely destroyed. Ariel thought, what in the world has happened? She then asked from Daisy, "You're telling me it just crashed down like this overnight?" It happened overnight, so no one was hurt, but everyone was shocked, and Pope are discussing this with all high-ranked priests. I looked at the collapsed building with an expression that couldn't be expressed in words of absurdity, and focused my eyes on the chat window. The god of knowledge, Hest, claims that his work was the greatest. The god of benevolence, Oman, suddenly swings his lash. The god of love, Odyssey, insists that everyone work together, so the share of the lifetime savior should be equally. What the hell? I forgot I was outside and screamed. I felt people's gazes on me. And I covered my mouth with my hand, but my heart was pounding. You're the gods and that's a temple. Where are their gods who destroy temples? You bastards. The god of art, Mond, is scratching his head, saying that he doesn't like it anyway because the annex building is poorly constructed. Although the purpose of not using the holy sphere was achieved, the scale was too large and noisy. The gods have entered into a serious meeting. The gods have decided on the application of your title of lifetime savior. The god of benevolence, Oman, took half the stake. Then the god of knowledge, Hest, the god of destruction, Seal, and the god of art, Mond, shared a third of the remaining stake. The god of destruction, Seal, protests that it's unfair and closes his mouth at Oman's lash. They were the gods who bought male lead stock like that, and now they are eager to go to the wrong place. I deliberately opened my mouth in front of Pope. Your Holy Highness, looks like a lightning strike. He replied. All of the high-ranking priests agreed that it wasn't a natural phenomenon. There was a lightning strike and a severe earthquake only occurred near the annex. Fragments of meteorites fell, the water supply burst into a sea of water, and the rebar corroded in an instant. Besides, it has gone down to the ground, and the holy sphere and a number of holy relics are buried. I don't know how long it will take to take it out and restore it. Ariel thought. I could guess that the reason the gods had a serious meeting last night was to share how to smash the annex. He then continued. The majority of opinions are suspicious of the high-ranking magician's attack. I opened my eyes wide at the unexpected answer from him. High-ranking magician, you say? She thought. I knew that it was a worldview in which magic existed, but I didn't pay much attention to it because there was no wizard male lead. He said, probably a 9th class, to destroy a building of this size in so many different ways. He looked at the collapsed building with cold eyes. But there are no 9th class magicians in the Empire, and there are a lot of things that are ambiguous, so I'm going to ask Baron Vester to do it. His piercing eyes turned to the wreckage. As soon as I heard the word Vester, my head throbbed and I cried, Diego Vester. I forgot him for a moment. The most troublesome villain of the original story, the greatest magician of the Empire who received the title of Baron for his achievements, and his real identity was one of the magic dukes who ruled the demon realm. Ariel in the original story was crazy about her jealousy of Camilla and made a soul-bending contract with Diego Vester. According to the contract, Diego did harm to Camilla, but her power protected her and the 3 male leads rescued her. That story was about the only demon tribe related that appeared in the original story, so Diego was the one person I shouldn't have met in order not to follow the original story. I don't agree with this, I said to Reus with my eyebrows hardened. If we entrusted a request to the magicians about what happened in the temple, how funny would they think of the temple? Reus replied, although the saintess is right, in a situation where we suspect the magician as the culprit, wouldn't it be better to ask them to catch the culprit themselves? A meager 40 remained at the place where the magician used magic, and like fingerprints, it became the basis for arresting a magician who committed a crime. Although magicians aren't trustworthy, but they will never make temple their enemy. And once they understand the situation, I believe they will also help us. Ariel thought, there was no way that 40 people would remain in the destruction the gods had made. So, what will you do if the criminal is caught? In response to my question, he slightly hardened his fine brows with eyes that didn't understand my intentions. Whatever happens, if the culprit is made public, all the people of the Empire will know that the temple Annex has been so devastated by a magician. Then the status of the temple will decline. If a magician comes in and destroys an annex, wouldn't it affect the security of the temple or even the confidence of the people of the Empire? Then he said, you've changed a lot. I was just worried about the status of the temple. Magicians are gossip-monger, aren't they? What's the point of joining the team only in the temple? They can't shut their mouth, she thought. I just have to push it into a mode that says I'm more mature than before. The corners of his lips twisted slightly at my words. The words of the saintess are also true. We will shut the mouths of the priests and quietly pursue the criminal through the paladin's holy nights, he said. I nodded without making eye contact. Thank you for reflecting on my opinion. Then I turned around and said, I'm very tired from seeing the shocking appearance since this morning. I need to rest a little more. Reus replied, of course you may go and rest. He has little sinister smile and at the end he said, see you soon. Scene shifts, Ariel is in her room now. 1600 franc. I thought seriously about the money I had. Should I just run? Everything was going in a direction I hadn't thought of. Since the temple annex with the holy sphere has collapsed, there's no need to measure my power for the time being. So even if I can avoid Reus's investigation, Kyle will come to you tonight. After thinking for a while, I heard a knocking sound. Saintess, it's me. Daisy came in through the door and handed me an envelope. She said, I have received a letter from the Imperial Palace. A letter, frowning my eyebrows. I removed the seal from the envelope and pulled out the paper. I don't think I'll be able to stop by for a while. I'll visit you when things are been settled. Kyle Alexis. I can't believe he wrote such a welcome message on such a uselessly good piece of paper. Kyle, you're a surprisingly sensible man. She thought, yeah, let's think about escaping a day or two more. Daisy said, looked into that matter we spoke about earlier. I'm not sure why, but a temple carriage left for Chiagu about 10 days ago. Wait, you mean the carriage for Chiagu already left? Ariel asked. Daisy continued. The carriage left about 10 days ago, and considering the length of stay, it would take about 15 days. It was 10 days ago, and today, a person from the imperial family met the high priest in mourning. I wonder what all the fuss about. They had already decided to bring her in about a week before Reus told me about the girl in Chiago. I had a strange feeling. They're bringing in a new saintess, so why are they interested in my holy power? I'm saying that a simple holy power measurement will be easy the moment she arrives. Daisy, when Chiago's carriage returns, I may leave the temple. Daisy shouts, what do you mean, saintess, saintess? No way. Are you going to leave? I was also noticing that the saintess's heart wasn't in the temple, but you take me wherever you go. You're smart and quick-witted, so even if new superior comes along, you'll be fine. Are you just trying to waste the time you've spent until you become Eliam's apprentice priestess? Daisy replied, I entered the temple, but I was struggling because it didn't fit my aptitude. When I was wandering and suffering, the saintess gave me your hand and pushed me, so I don't care. Anyway, if you leave, I'll follow you wherever you go, saintess. Daisy clenched her fists and shouted resolutely. Seeing Daisy's bright eyes saying that she would follow me somehow, I felt a bit of regret, wondering if I had said it for nothing. Scene shifts. Taking a walk as an excuse, Ariel stopped at the third pillar on the east side of the ceremonial hall attached to the main building, because it was the day she decided to meet the child of the Thieves' Guild that she saved. The Annex collapsed and security was further strengthened. It was doubtful whether the child could come. However, before the doubts could subside, I heard the child's voice behind my back. You were the saintess. When she turned around, she saw the child standing. She smiled softly and opened my mouth calmly. Turns out you're pretty good. He replied, the Thieves' Guild's information is the best in the Empire. There was pride in the child's eyes. Did you search for what I said? The child nodded his head and he immediately opened his mouth. Count Rosento, grandfather, Hagen Rosento, bought the necklace from stolen goods several years ago, but now it has been sold to a woman through an auction and isn't in his possession. She looks like a noble girl, but she doesn't show her face in social circles, so we don't even have information about her in our guild. She hid my surprise inside and said to the child, and thought he is trustworthy. Then she said, yes, that's enough. The accuracy of the information exceeded expectations. She said, there's something else I want you to look into. He asked, what's that, your holiness? I took 50 francs out of my pocket and handed it to him. He startled and asked why. Ariel replied, this is the important job, because you will need what it takes to dig up information from your superiors. This time, find out about a person from the Ares area. I understand, he said. Scene shifts. Around evening, Reus came to see me, with a shaky expression on his face. Ariel thought, why be always keep finding her? Ariel greets. The blessings of the 9 gods. Before I could finish my words, he called my name. The golden eyes fluttered in the dark atmosphere. Somehow, his voice seemed wet. I'm here to ask your opinion. She said, of course, please say it. In about 15 days or so, the carriage with the girl will arrive from Chiago, and the imperial palace requested that the saintess be sent as soon as possible, he said. The imperial palace? For what reason? She asked him calmly, suppressing some anxiety. He said, Empress is with child and she wanted to receive the blessing of the saintess. She thought, if the Empress is pregnant, won't that make Kyle's position even more precarious? That's what Kyle was taking about in letter. She continued, so, you want me to decide whether I should go or Chia, but it's my last mission as a fake saintess, so if you send me, I'll go. At my words, Reus looked at me silently with dark eyes and opened his mouth. Honestly, I don't like you going to the imperial palace, but if I don't let you go, it'll be strange. His eyes twinkled, as if reason and emotion were fighting fiercely. All in all, it was a really useless fight. He then said, I know how many times Prince Kyle has visited you. He lowered his head and placed his forehead on my shoulder. A low voice rang in my ears. Do you still like Prince Kyle? She flinched and thought, no. Why is the conversation suddenly flowing this way? There was a slight scent of alcohol in the air. He was drunk. She asked, Your Holiness, perhaps have you been drinking? In this world, it wasn't a problem for priests to enjoy alcohol in moderation. He replied, Yes, I was comforted by alcohol because things didn't go as I expected. Ariel cried, and thought, Things aren't going as planned, you shouldn't say that. He said, I thought I had dedicated this body to the gods. I guess it wasn't like that, when I see things like this in my head. And a chat window flashed in front of Ariel. The god of art, maid, is delighted and surrenders Reus's body to you. Ariel panicked and shouts on gods. I don't need such concession. She heard his voice again. What a shame, at best. I made a comfortable place for you to live in the basement of the Annex after your retirement, which was completely destroyed by the earthquake. At that moment, Ariel's spine cooled. She thought, the fact that if gods hasn't destroyed Annex, then she would have imprisoned there. The god of destruction, Seal, growls, and the god of art, maid, talks about the aesthetics of confinement. Ah, the fact that I shouted to the gods when I saw the Annex collapsed earlier is cancelled. Well done, my gods. He continued, I'm wondering what to do to protect you from the insidious prince. Ariel replied, Excuse me, I think you're the most insidious, though. Before the atmosphere got weird again, she opened her mouth. Don't worry. I'll take good care of my well-being. So, go ahead and rest today. Then he raised his head and looked at me, smiling softly. He was a little crazy, but when he smiled, he looked like an angel that had descended. He said, If you said so, I think I said too many useless things today. Forget it and go to sleep. After speaking in a soft voice, he returned to his usual footsteps. After he left, Ariel is out of breath. She had been holding in. Scene shifts to Imperial Palace. Ah, I'm bored, said Empress. Rosé Michaela Lloyd, the Empress, was taking a footbath with her dress rolled up to her calves. She said, I asked them to send the saintess as soon as possible under the pretext of miscarriage, so she'll be here at least within a week. Right, it's unbelievable how bold that fake is. The boredom is short-lived, sister. We'll see something interesting soon, said her brother who was in the chair a little further away. Her younger brother, Alberto Michael, was sitting crookedly. Rosé said to Alberto with a venomous smile, I had no idea that you would play such an important role as Count Mikhail's prodigal son. This sister is very happy. When this is over, I'll give you a lot of compliments. Alberto shrugged his shoulders. The saintess and the high priest would have thought it would be over if they killed a maid who knew the secret. Well, who knows? I didn't know that girl was into me. That wench Annie maid was one of the plaything of mine. She poured all the fake saintess story. He said, if things go wrong, you can put all the blame on her and Kyle, and even for your miscarriage. Rosé looked down and let out a small sigh, said, Why? What miscarriage, Alberto? I told you that kind of talk is no good for the baby. Last time it was that business with the carriage, and now this. The hands of the maids washing Rosé's feet were shaking. They instinctively knew that what they had just heard was not something they should listen to. Maid said, while trembling, Your Highness, I won't breathe a word about what I've heard, please. Empress get up and said, Alberto darling, clean your mess. Next day, Ariel went to Imperial Palace. Wearing a white lace dress, she gently came out from the white carriage bearing the Ilium pattern. No matter how strong the influence of the temple was, Ilium didn't reach the splendor of the Imperial Palace. The pond, the gorgeous bridge, and the grandeur of the palace seemed like another world. Whoa! She was mesmerized by the glamour of She Palace. Then she shook her head and thought, it's not a time of sightseeing. She thought, the salary she received recently, the money she secured by going to and from the auction houses several times is now 3,500 francs. The temple annex went into restoration work. She often stopped by to see the restoration work, and the wreckage, now exposed to the ground, has largely disappeared, and if they ever find the holy sphere buried in the ground, Reus might call me right away. She clenched her fists as she recalled a certain relic in shop. It was a little bit difficult for her, But to think that she could go to Lloyd's merchant one more time. All she need to do is to make through holy power test, and on the contrary, she just need to hold on for today. Then it's a goodbye of my stressful temple life and hello my happy life, and now all she have to bless Empress. That was the plan anyway. Ariel went inside Empress' room. The Emperor said, "It is said that the divine power of a saintess has been newly manifested. It's uncommon to have two saintesses in a generation. Although it's hard to understand. Anyway, we need a blessing. So I called her right away, and it's rare to have two saintesses in one generation." She was a woman who looked a year or two younger than me, with blue hair and black eyes. A woman was already standing there. She was wearing a white lace dress similar to Ariel, and she was staring at it with a very static and calm expression. Then Empress said, "Your Majesty, to have two saints in one generation, isn't it rare, it impossible?" At those words, Ariel began to have an ominous feeling. Empress continued, "The blessing was urgent. So I stole the carriage from Tiago in advance. I hope the temple will understand generously." Ariel is frozen now. She thought, why does things keep going wrong? Then the Empress spoke. "I'm telling you, Your Imperial Majesty. In fact, the reason I brought these two saintesses together is because I have recognized the impure and unscrupulous problems that exist, as well as the problem of blessing for our baby." The girl from Tiago lowered her eyes down a little. "Actually, I didn't expect this to happen at all. I tried not to be agitated and calmed my mind." She continued, "It's an unscrupulous matter." "Ah, my head." The Empress rested one hand on her forehead and laid back on the bed. "Rosé, don't overdo it now and rest. I will investigate the matter." The Emperor spoke to her with a worried face. "Sister isn't feeling well due to pregnancy, so may I speak on her behalf?" There was a voice intervening in the gap. He was an unfamiliar, yet strangely elusive man. "Tell me what happened, Sir Mikhail." "If it's Mikhail, it's the same last name as Rosé's before her marriage. So he might be her brother. Alberto Mikhail." And at that moment, the man who struck down the child of the Burglars Guild flashed through my mind. "Oh, this punk. Isn't he that bastard? So, they're villain siblings, right?" Alberto raised his index finger and pointed at me and shouts, "This woman is a fake." At his direct words, the Emperor took a breath in surprise. "Sir Mikhail, what blasphemy is this?" the Emperor roared. That voice resounded in the Empress' room. "Saintess, please understand my brother-in-law's faults with kindness. Your Imperial Majesty, Alberto is right." And then the Empress' voice was heard from the bed. "When I found out, I was devastated." The new saintess from Tiago stood beside her without a word, with her head bowed. It is said that there was a maid named Annie who had been taking care of the saintess until last month, and she went to Alberto and confessed her guilt, saying she would tell the truth while Alberto was thinking about whether the country would turn upside down if the truth was revealed. A real saintess appeared in Tiago, and only now I was able to announce it. I furrowed my eyebrows at the sudden appearance of Annie's name. So the person inside the temple that the Empress's younger brother had communicated secretly with was Annie. That girl plucked 650 francs a month from Ariel for her weaknesses. She was a fake saintess. Alberto spoke. "Investigation with the assistance of the High Priest will reveal that Annie received a considerable sum of money from the saintess each month in exchange for her silence. She's missing and we can't investigate her personally, but she also has a handwritten letter." Alberto took the letter from the inside and unfolded it. The letter, written in round handwriting, said, "It's hard to please a fake saintess." The Emperor's eyebrows hardened. His gaze slowly turned to me, and said, "What do you think of this story, saintess?" I closed my mouth and walked over to Alberto, reaching out my hand, spoke. "Would you give me that letter?" Alberto snorted his nose and he continued to speak to the Emperor. His voice reading the letter could be heard nearby. "And if you look at it," she asked how to write a letter of proposal to the Crown Prince, and I told her. I write obscene words on purpose and tell her that men like these things, but if she follows them straight away, you can tell that she's a vulgar and stupid woman. This is absolutely absurd for a saintess to do. Ah, maybe that's why she wrote such an absurd letter. My head was pounding at the newly revealed truth. At that, the Emperor looked at Kyle and asked, A letter of proposal. What does that mean? Kyle answer. It's something that I don't know. The person who created the existence of me is Kyle, so you shouldn't ask him. I shook my head inwardly. Alberto said, biting his tongue. Your Imperial Majesty. It's not written in this letter, but Annie once said something like this. The Crown Prince knows that she's a fake saintess. Wouldn't that mean that he was clearly an accomplice? Besides, if she's even proposing, they're in a normal relationship. Oh, Alberto. And Rosé's tired voice could be heard from the bed like a well-written script. When you talked to me, there was no such thing. How could the Crown Prince be involved in this? Her Imperial Majesty, please calm down. And the gentle voice of a Chiagu saintess. The Emperor's face was as hard as a stone statue, and doubts about me, who had been listening without a word, slowly filled his eyes. Alberto spoke. Why is there no answer? Saintess. A thorn-like air was entwining my neck, forcing me to confess something. My head went cold and I thought of the best option I could make at this moment. Then the Crown Prince spoke. Sir Mikhail, can you take responsibility for the nonsensical story that came out of your mouth with your life? At Kyle's murderous eyes, Alberto staggered backwards and appealed to the Emperor. And spoke. The Crown Prince is threatening me. Kyle looked at him with contempt and turned his gaze to the Emperor. Your Imperial Majesty. And when Kyle finally spoke his words in a low voice to protect me, I arranged everything I had to do from now on. And I opened my mouth. It's just a maid and whatnot. With a delusional letter or something. Are you trying to make me a fake saintess? Are you accusing me? Alberto's narrowed eyebrows were troubled. Even a real saintess has appeared, but she's still pretending. I ask. Any proof that that woman is a real saintess? Alberto's eyebrows twitched. You sure are very shameless. Rosé's edgy voice was heard. If it's fake versus fake, there's no hesitation. Alberto's voice was heard. Miss Tina made a deer walk, in which it was unable to walk because of its broken leg, and opened the eyes of a blind man who couldn't see. A lot of people in Chiago saw it. I spoke. Bring the Imperial pharmacists. It will help us distinguish between fake saintesses. I will do as the saintess says. The Emperor readily accepted my offer. Alberto spoke. But, Your Imperial Majesty, if she had made a move in advance. Are you saying that the Imperial Palace is so weak that she can make a move from outside? Why are you so opposed to it when you haven't even proposed a way? Sir. At the Emperor's words, Alberto was forced to take a step back. Ariel. At Kyle's low voice sounded like a whisper. What are you going to do? I turned my head slightly to look at him and smiled faintly. Look carefully from now on. I'll turn it over for sure. A chat window flashed in front of my eyes. The god of art, Mond, criticizes Mikhail's face. The god of benevolence, Oman, caresses the handle of the lash. The god of destruction, Seal, is growling. After a while, 4 Imperial pharmacists entered. Pharmacists have no power, but they will be adept at all kinds of herbs and plants in the world. Emperor asked to draw the curtain. Then Ariel opened the package and held it. It was a white Runia with roots. The pharmacist's eyes widened. It's rare to see a beautiful white rose. I think pharmacists know what this is. And in my eyes I see the delicate light of the flower. A flower gives off light. What kind of craft is that? Alberto stopped me, but the pharmacists all agreed with my answer. She continued. White Runia is a flower that shows its light to those who have holy and divine power. It's a little known fact, but pharmacists will know. Alberto looked dissatisfied, yet he couldn't deny the fact. She continued. And the saintess from Chiago, Miss Tina, if you really have holy power, you will see it in your eyes. To my words, she replied with subtle wobbly eyes. Reply. Of course. I knew it. She took my bait. I came to one conclusion about them. There is a high probability that even the saintess named Tina is also fake. Although she may not have holy power, she must be a woman with a degree of divine power. It's also pretty strong, so it would have been possible to heal. First of all, she wasn't Camilla, the real saintess in the original story. I wondered if it had changed to something from another area, but her appearance was different from the platinum-haired Camilla. Ariel then spoke. Pharmacists, grind this flour well into tea, and also prepare a white sand flour, which is said to have the worst poison in the empire. I could see Kyle's eyebrows hardening at my words. The white sand flower was a plant that looked like a white rose, and it was a rare plant with a venomous poison in its petals. If you grind the two of them, you probably won't be able to tell which one is the Runia. I continued speaking calmly, indifferently. Runia is a mysterious flower, and if you're a saintess, you can tell which tea is Runia. It's a very simple test. Saintess. The emperor opened his mouth. Then you can tell a fake saintess by choosing Runia tea. No, I laughed softly. That's not enough. Shouldn't you have the courage to drink and die if you pick the wrong tea? Then the results will be certain. I could see the face of the saintess from Chiago hardening at my words. If it is revealed that I'm a fake saintess, both the crown prince and the high priest will suffer a devastating blow. Then, on the contrary, this time, even if the empress sets up a fake saintess, she won't have anyone in a position to question her. This is the procedure for verifying the power of the Holy Sphere, as long as the documents are decorated appropriately, just like Reus did to Ariel. This girl from Chiago seems to have the power, so she'll do a better job of the fake saintess role than me. But I'm not the real Ariel. Ariel opened her mouth and spoke. Is the empress' opinion the same? The tip of Rosé's thin eyebrows wiggled. No matter what the empress had prepared, I wasn't afraid. Are you sure that woman is a real saintess? Your Imperial Majesty the Empress. I would like to reveal the truth to the empress, who is devoting her efforts to uncovering the fake saintess even during her pregnancy. But if it interferes with prenatal education, there is nothing I can do about it. Her eyebrows twitched at my words. Then the empress spoke. Your Imperial Majesty, you can do that, because there is nothing more harmful to prenatal education than a dizzying state of affairs. At the words of the empress, the emperor nodded his head. Then the emperor spoke. Pharmacists, as the saintess says, prepare 2 teas with no mistakes, and go out so as not to give a signal by any chance. The positions of the 2 cups of tea will be chosen by Sir Mikhail, and the 2 saintesses will have to cover their noses with a cloth and choose which one is Runia with only their eyes. Then I saw Tina. She had an anxious expression on her face, but she didn't seem to be shaken by believing in herself with power. I could see Tina's eyes fluttering sharply. I said to her calmly, I'll give you a choice. Choose first. After looking at the 2 cups of tea with her pale face for a long time, she looked at the emperor and said, it's a conspiracy. Both cups don't contain Runia. Neither of the cups of tea shines. At those words, the emperor hardened his eyebrows. And I opened my mouth and hung up. That's strange. You're sure you have the power, right? It shines like this to my eyes. Her eyes shook at my voice. Then she shouted, what kind of trick is this? At my words, Tina lost her reason and became very angry. Ariel continued, unless you can't tell the difference because you're cheating with your power, which is divine power rather than holy power. I casually picked up one of the glasses. I murmured calmly, Runia is nothing like tea. As a tea it's bitter. The god of art, Mon shrugs his shoulders. The day I was walking through the flower fields of Runia with Reus, I noticed that the petals that had been unintentionally opened didn't give off light. Like a mini light bulb connected to a battery, the petals separated from the roots are crushed and the light is blown away. Tina denied the reality as if she had gone mad, but when there was no one to defend her, she crawled towards Alberto. She spoke. Sir Mikhail, this is different from what you said. You said you would give me the wealth and honor of Ilium. You dirty fake saintess. Alberto took a teacup from the table and, before anyone could stop him, grabbed her chin and forced it into her slightly gaping lips. He continued, how dare you deceive me and the empress? Sir Mikhail, Kyle shouted and approached Alberto, pulled him off by force and rolled him up. Watching this all the commotion emperor ordered to stop it, and asked soldiers to put fake saintess in prison. Alberto quickly tried to apologize and blamed everything on the temple that they sent that girl. The emperor shouted at Mikhail in an angry voice. Such an absurd disrespect is being committed. Besides, you're blaming the temple for this madness. Quickly get down on your knees to the saintess and ask for forgiveness. He grinded his teeth and knelt before Ariel and apologized. Ariel leaned slightly down and made eye contact with him. He's a madman who hits people with a horse, and he just killed a woman. How many people are being harmed? Sir Mikhail. I raised my hand and patted him on the cheek. In the eyes of others, it will look like it was just brought. However, since I used CL's blessing, he must have felt a shock similar to being slapped on the cheek. I saw him widen his eyes. I whispered to him, still smiling. A chat window flashed in front of me. The god of benevolence, Oman, nods satisfactorily. Well, it's not a lie. Just now, the god of benevolence has told me to deliver it. I got up again and smiled softly. Then the emperor's trembling voice was heard. Today's work is on me, not the temple. I bowed my head slightly to the emperor and said, it must be my fault that they misunderstood because I'm weak. The god of art, Mont, pays tribute to your acting skills. The emperor paused his words and opened his mouth again. You are indeed the spiritual leader of Ilium and the people of the empire. I don't mean to say it at a place like this, but if the saintess is really close enough to my son to write a proposal letter, you have my blessings. Please keep in touch with my son in the future. I could see Kyle's eyebrows wriggle at the emperor's words. Not knowing how to respond, Kyle broke the brief silence that followed. Your Imperial Majesty, the saintess seems tired today, so I will see her off. I glanced towards the empress. She was holding her stomach tight and staring at this side with her piercing eyes. The dark face suited her quite well. One can only escort someone to the carriage, but Kyle went all the way to get on the carriage. And he offered to take me to the temple. He spoke. You must have something to tell me. Ariel replied, don't ask me how I got the Rotunia tea. It's a trade secret. He continued, I have no way to know. Whether it was your intention to deceive Reus, or, with what intentions, Reus dared to play tricks on me. If it is true that you're a fake saintess, even that. I shrugged and answered him. Whether I'm fake or real, the important thing is that I have been helping your highness from the beginning to the present. I'll never bite you, so don't worry. He spoke, are you asking me to believe you? She replied, your highness is free to say what you think of me, but it isn't beneficial to have a clear enemy and focus on other things. As I was about to get down with him sitting crooked behind me, his low voice rang in my ear. Ariel. I paused and turned around. He spoke, the offer to come to the Imperial Palace isn't valid from today, but I plan to find you often. Whether you're fake or real. I stared at him with awkward eyes. He continued, now it's clear that we have the same enemy. All the lives of those in the same boat with me are mine. No one dares to harm my person without my permission. There was an arrogant confidence in his voice. Perhaps because I was surprised by the sudden approach in his eyes, my heart was racing, and my head was complicated. I said, avoiding my gaze. And spoke, even if your highness doesn't protect me, I can protect my body well. So you don't have to worry about it. He said, you know it's too late to draw a line. Besides, do you know that attitude excites me even more? I'll visit the temple soon. I avoided his gaze and kept my mouth shut. After opening the door, I entered the temple and saw a man at the end of the corridor. It was Reus in white uniform that looked like snow. He spoke, did you give the empress a blessing? At his words, I shook my head. There was something that's a little complicated. Despite my answer, he smiled faintly as if he had guessed my answer. He spoke, I heard that the girl from Chiago turned out to be a fake. And you proved that you were a real saintess. Will you explain to me? His eyes shone strangely. After a while, I looked at him with a calm expression and said, it's true that the girl is fake. However, I'm not real. It was just a trick. His gaze was towards me and he was holding the holy sphere. He wanted to test holy powers again. Then he spoke. We had something we were going to do last time. Do you remember, saintess? When the holy sphere turned blue when Reus touched it. He smiled at Ariel and now waiting for her to touch it. I cautiously stepped out, and one step at a time, I got closer to it. Reus was looking at me, and then spoke, look like you have run out of tricks. I quietly raised my hand. And before touching the holy sphere, I looked back at him and asked, "Do you think I'm a saintess?" His eyebrows moved slightly. I stretched out my hand further and placed it on the holy sphere. No power was detected. Then he spoke, "Look like you really don't have any holy powers." With a calm expression on my face, I removed my hand from the holy sphere. Even though my body was still stiff with tension, the window in front of me was still glimmering. "You purchased the holy relic, pendant of sealing." Although I failed to sell the white Runia, I was able to purchase the holy relic, pendant of sealing, at the shop, having received a gift including gold coins from the emperor. When worn, it seals abilities such as holy power, divine power, and mana within the body. And with a certain probability, it cancels out external attacks of holy power, divine power, or mana. Inside, there was sealing holy stone, and sealing magic stone, which can be used separately. The price of this holy relic, which was supposed to be used when sealing the final demon king, was really evil, but I had no choice. It was unfair to spend a lot of blood and sweat to prevent a major twist of the original story, though. I wore the pendant as soon as I bought it. I said, "Is it confirmed now?" Reus stared at me without answering my words. I bowed my head slightly to greet him and turned around. Then his voice was heard. "In the Imperial Palace. Did you meet Prince Kyle?" I stopped and answered without looking back at him. "Yes." He replied, "Are you thinking of going to him?" I paused for a moment and then looked back at him. And spoke, "I think it's a little, too much for me. But thank you for your kindness every time." I decided to express it openly to him. A long silence passed between us, and Reus opened his mouth. "I thought it couldn't be. Because Ariel is just a fake saintess. It doesn't matter if you leave the temple." A heavy feeling weighed down on me. But since when was it? It felt unpleasant. The moment I heard that voice, I froze. I'm talking about myself. It was a body that only responded to prayers to the gods. Then chat window open. The god of benevolence, Oman, is satisfied with his habit. The god of art, Mond, rejoices in his prayers. I paused at the strange thought that came to my mind. But my thoughts stopped at his next words. "It's crazy, but I thought you might be one of the two. It's either the gods, or the saintess. But that can't be true. You, who used to be a fake saintess, suddenly became real." He lifted his hand and shook his head with a bitter smile. And he looked at me as he continued, "I would just assume that this peculiar, profane disposition has been cured." Ariel was too stunned to speak. My favorite scene in The Return of the Saintess Camilla was when Reus kissed Camilla's foot, who was sleeping exhausted. With a presence like a goddess, he couldn't even get close to his beloved, but his pure and sorrowful heart, approaching her feet and kissing her. I liked that part quite a bit. Even though he has the face of an obsessive, exhausted man now, I never doubted that he could change. I rotated my brain to find the right word and spoke. "The balloon effect caused by the craving for a real saintess is something like this. As you suppressed my cravings, you burst into the wrong place." At my words, Reus moved his eyebrows. Ariel continued, "When the real saintess appears, you will fall in love so much that you will completely forget about me. I'm not special at all." He smiled softly. His hand pointed to my heart. And spoke, "Every time you say that, it hurts here." He was handsome enough for me to exclaim, "Wow. Isn't it against the law to make such an expression?" I looked at him with a blank expression for a moment, then finally made up my mind and opened my mouth. "Because I'm going to leave someday. Don't give me too much." It was a bit cold, but it was sincere. It's a pity that Reus's relationship has ended like this. "Ariel." I heard his voice, but I turned back and walked down the corridor. His dark gaze lingered on the back of my head. The chat window open. "The god of art, Mond, condemns your coldness. The god of knowledge, Hest, praises you for being sharp." The opposite reactions of the gods were floating around in the chat window, but I continued walking, shifting my gaze to another place. It was when I walked down the corridor with a heavy heart and arrived at the hallway leading to my room. Suddenly, a sharp scream was heard from somewhere. Startled, I ran to where the scream was heard. "This isn't enough holy power. I pushed out one of the priestesses in front of me, and my face hardened in surprise at the scene unfolding in front of me. My heart was beating like crazy. A memo saying, "I paid off today's debt," was scattered on the floor. Then I saw Daisy, who was dying from her severely wounded chest and stomach, dripping blood with every breath she took. There was blood pooling on the floor, and the maids and priestesses were weeping. Two of the priests tried to pour out their divine power, but it was too small an amount. Daisy opened her blood-drenched lips and clapped her mouth. "Please be careful." Tears like dew on the corners of her eyes made me lose my temper. Something deep inside my chest swelled up. A warm light formed on my hand that covered her chest, as her blood gushed out, and it wrapped around Daisy's body. Her words, "Even so, I still want to be with the saintess." Her words, which she said with her eyes shining, lingered in my ears. Perhaps I really thought of this kid as my real sister. Seeing her messed up looks so painful that my heart was ripped apart. Without hesitation, I took off the pendant and placed my hand on Daisy's chest. At this moment, any kind of thoughts couldn't stop me. "It hurts." It was an unforgettable pain. "You have to live, Daisy. Just as you chose me, I also chose you." Daisy's body, which had been cold, had regained some warmth, but it was still not enough. I concentrated more divine power on my hands. Daisy was still lying in front of me, and her clothes were completely soaked in blood. However, those black eyes were looking at me, as if she was waking up from a deep sleep. With eyes full of vitality, she spoke, "Saintess." And, startled by this scene, the priests and priestesses, who stood still as if they were dead rats, all shouted together. Among them, voices were heard muttering prayers in emotional voices. 9 gods. The disciple of Eliam witnessed a miracle. The saintess saved a priestess. A voice came, "Ariel." It was only then that I realized that I had publicly saved Daisy and there was no way to escape. Turning stiffly, Reus was standing there. "Well, that," I opened my lips, feeling burdened by his eyes pouring towards me. I couldn't come up with any excuses to make. At that moment, suddenly he got down on one knee and the other knee too. Reus lowered his head deeply and kissed the top of my foot. A tickling sensation rose through my heart as his soft lips touched. Then he spoke, "This twist is also welcomed." I was surprised. His red lips twitched, and a soft, barely audible voice flowed out. Then after all the commotion, Ariel went back to her room. She was restless and totally exhausted. Around now, Daisy must be washing up hard, right? I've been through a lot today. Didn't I go to the Imperial Palace and have a fight with Alberto? Well, it ended with my victory. Coming back to the temple, someone attacked Daisy. If she had died, what I had planned before was unforgivable, but attacking people around me was even more unforgivable. You touched the wrong person. Empress. There is a saying that the best defense is attack. I didn't mean to match the beat of someone who meant to mess up my life. Then the chat window opens. The god of benevolence, Oman, blesses you. When I received Oman's blessing, I felt warmth radiating through my body. The god of knowledge, Hest, blesses you. Hesed's blessing cleared my head. Stop. It's too much. At the text that appeared in the chat window, I hurriedly made an X with my hand. The god of love, Odyssey, expresses his disappointment in you. The god of destruction, Seal, is trying to memorize a blessing spell, but he looks at you. Ariel said, "Don't waste your blessing, no, your power." The god of love, Odyssey, blesses you. The god of destruction, Seal, looks at you. That's why. The god of destruction, Seal, looks at you. Alright, do it. The god of destruction, Seal, blesses you. In my body, there was a tiger energy that wasn't suitable for the rest of the night that had finally come. In the end, after receiving even Ciel's blessing, I lay down on the bed. While thinking of non-nutritive things such as, if I have a bad dream while sleeping, my bed might break. The moment Reus's eyes came to mind, I pulled up the blanket to my face. Now that Thiago's fake has been revealed with this hand, and I have proven my power in front of everyone, what will happen to me? Next day Ariel went to the Hagen Building Agency. It was real estate. because she wants to purchase residence for her bright future. But the employee blatantly refused her to show any building. He gave an excuse: "We don't deal with clients who live below District 10. You need to leave." A rich lady who was also present there spoke: "After all, I don't even think those districts have real buildings." "You're right. It's just a bunch of shanties, from what I hear." The employee continued: "If I've made myself clear, then please don't waste my time any further. Come back when you have cash in hand." Ariel can't believe it. Just less than 24 hours later and I'm being treated like dirt. She had definitely heard of it. The capital is divided into 15 districts, with nobles and wealthy people living in District 1 to 3, commoners living in District 4 to 10. I lowered my head a little to see how I dressed. Since I borrowed pants from Daisy, I wasn't seen as an aristocratic girl. Ariel frowned. She thought, they don't even see me as human, let alone a potential client. And instead of me, I heard a voice pointing out their rudeness. She spoke: "Oh my, ladies. I think what you just said is a little rude." She might be a servant who runs an errand for a certain house. She came here because her master asked her to find out about the building, and if she was rudely kicked out in this way. It's getting more and more spectacular. She continued: "What can a servant see that the noble sends her on errands?" The ladies praised the countess. As expected, the countess is very merciful to her. Lady asked: "This time, you registered a divine in the Temple of Ilium, right? It wasn't just a literal rudeness. Predict the circumstances of others and sympathize with them. Do these nobles know that all such things are rude?" And then the door opened and someone else came in. I had my back against the door, so I couldn't see who was coming in, but I could see the ladies who glanced around the door, looking surprised. It was the same with the man with a mustache. "Oh my, how long has it been, Marquis?" The man jumped up and bowed his head upright. I furrowed my eyebrows and looked back. There stood a face I knew well: Cass Lloyd. The man with a mustache spoke: "Hurry up and get her out of here." Then Cass opened his mouth. "There's no need for that." At that, the man with a mustache looked at him with his puzzled eyes. Cass lifted my hand and kissed me gently on the back of my hand. I could feel the ladies making surprised faces. "Lord Marquis." Then he continued: "It must have been that you had brought salvation to the poor in the most humble part of the city. It has been while saintess." I removed my hood and I stared at him with bewildered eyes. Cass, with his cool expression, spoke straight to him. "You're not a believer who doesn't even recognize the saint's face, are you? You seem to have stopped by to find a building for the temple relief project. Did Hagen introduce you to a good building?" Cass said, looking into my eyes. Everyone knows that Cass Lloyd isn't the type of person who likes to joke. Then I also kept playing and spoke. "They say there's no building. I need to go to another agency." Hagen's lips trembled at my words. "No, that's not it, saintess." It was a little funny to see him trembling in embarrassment because of the words I had spit out. Ariel continued: If I tell the high priest about today's event, he might make good use of it in the mass. The temple relief project is experiencing these difficulties." Hagen's face turned dark. "Perhaps, when the believers find out about this, the Hagen agency will receive a great deal of protest or scorn." "Saintess, please forgive me." Ariel continued: "I need to review the eligibility criteria for the Divine of Ilium. As you know, there are a lot of nobles who want to become saints, but there are a lot of people with personalities that are not suitable for being a saint in Ilium, so we're struggling with various problems." The madams' faces turned pale. Becoming a member of Ilium means becoming the mainstream noble of the empire, because what was stamped on a saint was the door to the mainstream nobility. The news that the Ragefield family had been expelled not long ago was no longer a secret. "They ask for apology, saintess." "We apologize," all the madams shouted in a panicked voice, but I turned around. At that moment, Cass' voice was heard. "Would you like to leave?" "Yes," I answered, grabbing his outstretched hand for the escort. But he stopped while trying to escort me. He spoke: "But I think we need to stop at the merchant for a while. For today's relief project, I have left a relief fund of 5,000 francs to deliver to saintess." What else is this about?" I looked at Cass with puzzled eyes. A faint smile could be seen on his lips. Then I heard Hagen's voice from behind. Saintess, I will give it to you now. Me too, wait a minute. Saintess, I will donate for my family as well. Hagen and the madams were rummaging through their bags. Cass, perhaps. Please take it. It's a small, sincere thing, but please. And they brought me more than 5,000 francs. This is what it meant to say, if you're going to sympathize, give it to me with money, and I pretended to be worried while holding back the smile that popped out around my mouth. Please use it for the relief project and may Ilium forget our blasphemy. As soon as they left the store, the unexpected collection made my dark mood well up. Ariel spoke. Hagen seemed to be looking forward to the temple relief project. Cass raised the corner of his lips and spoke to me. Yes, the saintess didn't say that you would entrust the business to him. And it's the money that you got by poking out my feet, so you don't have to worry about it. Well, if the Marquis said so, I said with a smile. In any case, this money was to be spent on self-help, anyway. It's embarrassing to take it all by myself. Can I give you 10% of it? Cass chuckled and gave a cool grin. It's fine. Perhaps it was no coincidence that he stopped by the Hagen agency. I asked, but since when have you been watching me? From the moment he saw my unrecognizable back, he knew it was me. He said, I found you coming out of the temple. Your face looked complicated. The voices of the priests praising the saintess were noisy, and that is probably the reason. I reply, you heard the news. A slight smile crept across Cass' lips. Very intense power. The priests must be excited because they witnessed such a pure strength that can't be compared with divine power. Then it must have been that the saintess healed my blue wing as well. Cass said with a smirk. But at the time, I said no, so he had nothing to say. I guessed a little. He turned his gaze to look at the others and continued. Because your eyes, which were telling me not to throw it away, but rather kill it, showed a deep contempt for me. His dark blue eyes had a monotonous glow. As if you saw the condition of the abandoned bird yourself. I suddenly got curious and asked. How is the blue wing doing? Yes, obviously. The dogs have been retrained not to dare to bite their owners. That's a relief. Then his voice was heard again. Isn't it because you wanted to hide your divine power? Divine power. Those two words from his mouth stabbed me in the chest. Then he asked, is that child worthy enough for you to give up your efforts? Cass asked me with a look as if he didn't understand. I lifted my head, looked straight at Cass, and opened my mouth. Even if it was someone other than Daisy who was there, if I had the power to save them, I would save them. In my past life, I wasn't a good person who helped others with a warm heart. Of course, I still don't intend to live like that now. But in a desperate situation where someone's life was at stake, I had only one choice. Help as best I can. That was all I knew. Even if it was the Marquis. It's a trivial thing, but I added unnecessary words. Suddenly, a subtle light flashed in his dark blue eyes. After a while, he opened his mouth. You are speaking like a saintess. Perhaps all that matters to him are numbers and scales. I answered casually. I don't know what it means to be a saintess, but it's just an act for me. If I had watched that child die to hide my divine power, I would have suffered from a sense of loss and nightmares. So saving Daisy was also for me. Whatever it is, it's the way I feel comfortable. His gaze suddenly seemed to deepen. Soon, an unexpected smile appeared on his lips. You are saying that your scale is different from mine. It could be expressed that way. I looked at him and nodded my head. He smiled brightly at my resolute response. Then he asked me, today, do you have more time? Shall we go on a date? An hour later, I was enjoying a peaceful tea time with Cass on the balcony of a tea house in the downtown area. Every woman passing by glanced at him, but my eyes were on the cake. It's so sweet. Eat quickly, Marquis. At this rate, I'll eat all of this. As expected, it tastes much better than the cake I ate at the temple, whether it's the truth or not. I'm saying that the tea also tastes good. Cass spoke. You must have been hungry. No, I've eaten, though, I said as I poked the corner of the piece of cake with my fork. Doesn't every saintess have a separate stomach for meals and dessert? The sweet cake raised my mood to the highest level of tension. It'll be a sin not to eat this. And I glanced at Cass, who was sitting still without eating. Instead of 10%, I want to have a cup of tea with the saintess. Cass said you're enjoying that, huh? I had no idea dessert would put you in a good mood so quickly. I've never watched someone eat like this before. Seeing him just staring at me while I ate deliciously, I felt like a happy pig alone, so I picked up his fork. You said it was a sin, Marquis. Then I took a piece of cake and gave it to him. Or are you waiting for me to feed you? Did I eat too much? However, it was enough to be formal in the temple, so I didn't want to pretend to be a lady until I came out to play in this free outfit. Cass looked at my red cheeks and asked, "Ah, is it rude to say that?" "Yes, it's very rude." I reached out and pushed the fork in his hand. The cake touched his lips. "Hurry up, eat this." He looked at me and smiled again and put the cake in his mouth. "It's delicious." His voice was heard. "It's delicious, right?" I asked. He replied, "Many times more than what I ate a few days ago." Did they even upgrade their toppings in just a few days? I tilted my head. Then the chat window opens. The god of knowledge, Hest, drools. The god of art, Mont, is looking for a cake recipe. That's right. Even the gods themselves are jealous of a dessert feast like this. He ate all the cake I had served, and asked me after a while. He then spoke. "I was wondering. Is there anything about me you'd like to know? It feels like I'm the only one who asks questions when we meet. Or, if there's nothing you're curious about, maybe something you'd like to talk about." Then again suddenly all the gods became curious and a chat window popped up. The god of benevolence, Oman, wonders what his bed tastes like. The god of destruction, Seal, moves his gaze to Cass's firm body. Perhaps the reason I sometimes have strange thoughts is because of these two gods. I told Cass, "Well, there isn't any." "No, it seems like there is." "Ah, there is." In an instant, a word came to mind. He raised his eyebrows as if he was asking a question, and I opened my mouth. "Well, I am paying for today." I told him. I made up my mind about it the moment we walked into this shop. It should be my treat. After all, the only reason I made this money is because of you. Cass looked at me for a while at my words and then turned his head to the side. There was a smile on his lips. He looked like he was holding back his laughter, and after a while, he looked at me and nodded his head. He spoke. "I should know better than to get my hopes up around you." "Oh, were you hoping I'd say something more like?" Looking into his eyes, I said over and over again, "Next time, I'll buy you a more expensive one." Then he smirked and covered his mouth. Was Cass a character who smiled so well from the beginning, or was he a sociopath in the original story? He looked at me happily, as if I was a smile button. No matter what happens in the future, it's not bad to maintain a good relationship with the male leads as it will reduce the risk to me as well. "I have something to order. You seem to have eaten a lot now. Will you have another one?" he inquired. I answered Cass' words. "No, I'm going to bring it to Daisy. I know she says she's fine, but I think a delicious treat might cheer her up a bit more," I said with a wide smile. Cass looked at me silently for a long time, and he licked his lips as if he wanted to be heard. "As expected, I'm jealous too," he said. "Pardon." Concentrating on eating the cake, I didn't understand well, so I asked the question with a puzzled look, but he didn't answer again. I asked, "What is it?" He replied, "Oh, it's just, the cake is so delicious, I hate the thought of sharing it with someone." Then the scene shifts to the Imperial Palace. When the glass vase fell to the floor, it shattered and scattered. Alberto was avoiding his gaze with a firm expression, and Rose's lips, standing with her back to the window, were trembling. Rose's eyes full of poison were filled with criticism and fixed on Alberto. She shouts, "How the hell are you doing your job?" Alberto turned his eyes and opened his mouth. Obviously, A girl named Annie said she was a stupid fake saintess. She replied, "Think that red fox is stupid." Rosé's eyes were brimming with life. What nonsense. She knew for sure that the kid from Chiago was fake. Then, Alberto said after a moment, his eyes wide open, as if he had remembered something. He then spoke, "You're right. I think she used that maid on purpose to get us into her trap." Alberto grinded his teeth, recalling the humiliating memory of being slapped on the cheek by the saintess. Trap. At Rosé's question, Alberto nodded his head. He said, "That's right. Isn't she close with Prince Kyle?" Alberto's fist slammed the table and spoke. "It was clear from the beginning that the two of them were working together and were trying to deceive me." "You fell for it." Rosé's angry voice criticized Alberto. He spoke, "Perhaps the saintess has some kind of relationship with Prince Kyle. Before this, when I installed explosives on the statue to ruin his birthday banquet, didn't she cover the crown prince with blatant lies? After getting rid of Annie, she showed her true colors. The empress opened her mouth and told him that the emperor was also angry with me. He didn't even look for me this morning." She was furious as she put her hand on her slender belly that hadn't come out. Ever since her pregnancy was announced, every morning the emperor put his hand on her stomach and went out reciting her favorite verses and songs. But today, even the emperor's shadow didn't enter this room. "Your Imperial Majesty the Empress." Alberto walked over to her, avoiding the broken glass. And he looked into the eyes that resembled his and said with scorching eyes, "There won't be two failures." "How dare you?" Rosé stared at him coldly. He spoke, "She's the saintess, but after all a human's body is weak." At Alberto's words, Rosé furrowed her eyebrows. He continues, "How about inviting the saintess to the Imperial Hunting Festival in 10 days? She spoke, "The Imperial Hunting Festival. Will the saintess come? To cure the monsters that are hunted?" "Ha!" Rosé frowned as if it wasn't worth hearing, but Alberto continued. "The Imperial Hunting Festival originated from Reus, the god of justice, and it's a festival that began with the blessing of the Temple of Elium from generation to generation. It's nothing the saintess can't participate in. I will create public opinion in nobility society. They're going to complain that she has neglected her duties as a saintess until now. So that Elium has no choice but to be concerned. Even so, the man who was sent to kill the saints' right hand couldn't even do that and returned in a wreck, then was secretly disposed of. This time, we'll have to plan for sure." Rosé's eyes gleamed coldly. She said, "This time you should not fail." He said, "Please trust me, sister." Scene shifts to temple. Ariel is sitting in the garden. Then Daisy came. She called her name. I replaced the smashed bed. The remark brought a sudden flush of anger. I cried out in a hoarse voice, "Do you have to put it that way?" "Pardon," she replied. "It's smashed. Do you really have to say that? My face has been burning since morning." Daisy added fuel to my shame with her blunt words. This was all because of CL's blessing. The chat window popped up. "The god of benevolence, Oman, loves your passion. The god of destruction, Seal, blushes as he recalls the broken bed. I had a dream last night. I was walking through the forest on horseback, and all of a sudden, bad guys in black appeared and pointed their swords at me. I blocked the sword with my hand, and as soon as it touched my hand, it shattered with the mighty blessing of destruction. Then I beat them up with my bare hands. Well, they passed out just after I touched them with my hands, so it doesn't matter, but I guess what happened with Daisy was more traumatic than I thought." I ask from Daisy, "Daisy, are you really all right? If you still want to rest, it's..." Daisy reply, "I am perfectly all right. But I've really gotten better. The saintess healed me. You also bought me a delicious strawberry mousse cake yesterday." I replied, "I'm glad you liked it. It's good to see her full of energy. I was discovered to have had holy powers, and now I'm treated like a real saintess." The plan of escaping and becoming independent before Camilla appeared was based on the premise that I was a fake saintess who was indifferent to men. Because if a fake saintess vacates the temple, Reus won't search the country for me like a mouse. But now that I'm the only saintess in the empire, he will probably send all the paladins to find me. The attitude of the believers have done a complete 180. Dwayne even came to me and asked me to pardon him for his doubts. Receiving these excessive glances made me feel burdened inside. The chat window popped up again and the god of love, Odyssey, raises his chin and raises the corners of his lips. The god of art, Mond, is dissatisfied with the number of jewels in your costume. The god of destruction, Seal, blushes his cheeks red. These awful attention seekers were rejoicing with pride at the attention I received. Suddenly a voice came. Your Holiness, it was Daisy. I heard from Sir Dwayne that my attacker still hasn't been caught. I'm worried you might be in danger because of me. I opened my mouth and spoke. Daisy, whoever hired that man to sneak into the temple and attack you. I opened my mouth and spoke. Daisy, whoever hired that man to sneak into the temple and attack you must have paid an enormous sum of money. Have you ever made an enemy out of an extremely wealthy person who openly wished you harm? Daisy replied, No, Your Holy Highness. I continued, Of course not. The person who should be apologizing is me, not you. He must have thought of killing my entourage and giving me revenge and a warning. There's no need for you to worry, however. I also have a good informant in the Thieves Guild, so I thought it might make things easier. One afternoon after a few days. A hunting festival. Reus, who visited my room, nodded his head with a faint smile. We will send high-ranking priests in a letter of refusal. No matter how much it was an imperial request, a saintess had the qualifications and authority to refuse it. Since the inauguration, the temple has asked the imperial family for their understanding that the saint's body is so weak to the extent she can rarely participate in ceremonies. I pondered for a while. If I participate, do I hunt myself? There's no way. He shook his head. It is a priest's job to heal with divine power when a major figure is injured. I asked, is the imperial family the only one participating? He replied, most of the high-ranking central nobles will also participate. Hunting festival, he raised his eyebrows at my words and asked, are you interested? I told him, I overheard what the priests were saying. A story of nobles having doubts about the saints' passive behavior. It was a story that came out ahead of the hunting festival. Don't worry, they've always been noisy. The nobles simply like to make noise. Please don't pay them any mind. That's not what bothers me. It was only recently that the empress sent an assassin to attack Daisy. For her to send an invitation like this so shamelessly, what in the world is she up to? If she wants to meet me that badly, I'll play along. Then Ariel opened her mouth and spoke, I will participate. Will you be okay? Reus asked with an unwilling expression. The role of the temple in the hunting festival was limited, so there would be no danger, yet he seemed concerned. I replied, I don't care what other people do, but I think it would be good to think of it as an outing. I get tired of repeating my everyday routine. He replied, if so, I understand. I'll make sure we have enough paladins. As soon as he finished speaking, I continued. And now that I have become a saintess, I want to receive a business trip allowance. I saw Reus wriggle his eyebrows at my words. Fortunately, it wasn't an unpleasant expression. I started out as a fake saintess, but now I have a real holy power. So, I'm thinking that my maintenance cost is more than 1,000 francs per month. Although the budget has been re-established, I would like to ask you to consider allocating an additional budget. Nevertheless, please don't upset me with the allowance for participating in the imperial events from now on. For your information, I know how much money the temple receives every time a saintess goes to the imperial family. The imperial family paid 10,000 francs to the temple for every visit by a saintess. Still, don't you think I'll be motivated if you give me 30% of it? A deep smile formed on Reus's lips at my words. And after a while he opened his mouth. All right, you'll be paid 3,000 francs per session. And from next month, we will pay you an additional 500 franc for the monthly maintenance cost. It was a surprisingly easy answer. I was a little excited at the thought that I could become rich in 4.5 years. You seem to have grown a little bit more greedy, but, Rehausti's voice mixed with laughter continued to be heard. Still, I'm just glad you don't sound like you're going to leave anytime soon. He hadn't questioned me why I hid my power after it was revealed. But in the strangely softened attitude, I felt a clear pressure. Yes, I replied. If his previous gaze seemed like chains binding a person who had to leave. Now it feels like he's making an iron cage while humming. Just thinking about it made me feel like something was wrong. He continued, then I will express your intention to participate in the Imperial Palace. But, be careful, I replied, don't worry. I should write another congratulatory speech for the hunting festival. By the way, after a moment's thought, he spoke again. Do you have any other plans for the morning? I shook my head. No, not today. Then he smiled softly and said, I'm glad. I wanted to play chess with Ariel for a while. Chess, I repeated. He said, you like chess, Ariel, let's play. Then scene shifts. A few days later, the day of the hunting festival. I was in the carriage heading towards the hunting festival venue. The road of the city was too packed and crowded. Suddenly the chat window popped up. Seal, the deity of destruction, is bored to death. Hest, the deity of knowledge, prepares a thunderbolt for entertainment. I was furious and shouts, now are you children? I sigh that, still, I'm relieved I didn't end up wearing that weird choker. I had no idea Ariel and Ray has used to play chess. I don't even know the rules. If it weren't for Hest, that choker would be around my neck right now. When we were playing he lost because I had the power of knowledge. The loser would have to wear a choker necklace which was actually a tracking device. He asked me, how did you win? And I know a deal is a deal, but... He still had a questionable look as he hung the choker on himself in return for losing the bet. The god of art, Mond, rejoices. The god of benevolence, Oman, raises the corner of his mouth and fiddles with the lash handle. The god of destruction, Seal, blushes. I said, but what? Nothing. I won fair and square. As soon as you said your wish was to give me a present. I knew something was fishy. A choker that can track my every move and alerts you if I stray too far from a designated area. He replied, I designed it as a means to protect you while you're outside the temple. No, he designed a custom-made dog collar with GPS tracking. He asked, but how did you beat me? It's not like I went easy on you this time, I really was trying to win. You've never won unless I threw the game for you. I replied, if you're asking me for the secret to my victory. I only have 3 words for you. The Ghost Chess King, I said triumphantly, looking at the choker around his neck with satisfaction. God Hest is puffed up with pride. How long do I have to wear this? He asks. I turned my head slightly and smiled. Until I say stop. Then his golden eyes shook. He continued, it's like a master and slave. He frowned and turned his gaze to the other side. I saw his cheeks turn red again. Great. The last thing I needed was for Reus to discover a new fetish thanks to me. The god of art, Mond, is delighted with the awakening of Rehausti's new taste. The god of benevolence, Oman, actively sells a lash to you. I tried to ignore the words of the gods and raised my head, pretending not to know. Even today is the day of the hunting festival. Rehausti wore the choker and saw me off, yet when I told him it was okay to stop, he shook his head and said he wanted to keep wearing it. For someone who acted so shy at first, he sure doesn't seem eager to take it off. Anyway, back to the matter at hand. What is the Empress really after? The fact I've become hot gossip again is strange, as well. It's almost as though someone is fanning the flames. One thing is certain, I will never bend to the Empress's will. Still, I should probably prepare for a worst-case scenario. Then suddenly a knock on the carriage window. At one point, someone poked an apple in front of the carriage window. I flinched my shoulders in surprise and looked at him. Marquis Lloyd. I opened the window with him holding out. I took it in bewilderment while staring at him. He usually dresses like a wealthy master. Today he looked like a perfect noble. Next to him was a fine brown horse with a mane. He said, "Eat it. Because it's an expensive apple that I bought for 10 francs from the girl selling apples." I asked, amazed. 10 francs, even if that whole apple basket is bought, it won't cost you 2 francs. I glanced at the sweet-looking apple, then looked at him again. A faint smile appeared on his lips and he spoke, "It's not expensive if I can live with the favor of the saintess." I was a little embarrassed by that lovely smile and turned my gaze to the apple. What's this? In the original novel, Marquis Lloyd was a self-centered sociopath. It seems his character has changed quite a bit. I ask, "Are you going to the hunting festival too, Marquis?" "That's right," he replied. He got on his horse and followed the carriage slowly and asked, "It must be the saints' first time." He seemed to know that Ariel hadn't attended most of the events so far. I continued, "Yes. It seems like a bigger event than I thought. Seeing the road slide like this. This doesn't happen every year. This year is special," he continued, as if he had read my questioning gaze. "It's said that since the empress is pregnant, this year, the attention of the nobles is focused. The absolute power of the empire rested with the emperor. However, there were 2 opposing factions under the emperor, the imperial faction and the crown prince faction. Although many nobles supported Prince Kyle, the sword master and all-powerful prince, he didn't seem very interested in power struggles. Even if he renounced his position as crown prince, maybe it was because he was one of the top people in the continent just by the name of the sword master, and yet he had excellent political skills and was a natural-born warrior. On the other hand, the imperial faction, which was a political faction gathered around young Count Mikhail, was growing rapidly enough to be compared to the crown prince faction. As the empress is pregnant this time, there is a great possibility that the minority of the imperial family would be on an equal footing with the mainstream, the crown prince faction. "If the baby in the empress's womb is a boy?" he asked. "The high priest can't be seen today." "Ah, he's welcoming guests from abroad," I replied. He continued, "Can I escort you to the hunting festival? I'll even give you a tour of the hunting grounds." At his sudden words, I shook my head and declined. That figure suddenly overlapped with the figure leading me at the night market. "I'll be guided by Dwayne. And because I'm not in good shape, I'm not attracted to the hunting grounds." "I see. That's too bad." Cass's low voice whispered softly in my ear. "I thought it would be better for me to stay with you and protect you." I asked him back, the Marquis, towards me. I asked with a smile. Then, suddenly, his voice lowered and he spoke. "Even if you feel better, don't enter the hunting grounds. I'm telling you this because I have some ominous information. Thank you for your concern." A faint smile crept across Cass' lips as he looked at me the moment I stared straight at him. He saw I was eating apple without any worry. He got it that I am well aware of the fact that something might happen. He then smiled and said, "Seems like Saintess is already well aware. In that case, I suppose I'll have to wait for my chance to escort you some other time. The gridlock seems to be easing up a bit. I'll see you at the festival." And then, his horse, which ran faster than the carriage, gradually passed in front of me. After being greeted by the nobles, I sat down on a large chair a few meters away from the emperor. Several large tents were visible, and there were hundreds of horses and as many nobles as there were horses. And there were a lot more people in maid outfits that seemed to help them. When in the world is this woman going to make her move? I'm leery of the empress's inaction. Summoning me to the festival like this immediately after the incident at the temple isn't just a coincidence. I know she's up to something. Prince turned his gaze on Ariel. Then he approached her and said, "Saint Ariel, would you be so kind as to grant me the blessing of the deities?" He put his hand up and grabbed my hand. The other day, Prince Kyle acted like he wanted to rip my throat out. Has he had a change of heart? I was giving him blessings. Then, immediately, the chat window in front of me flashed. The god of destruction, Seal, blesses you. A tiger's energy sprang up all over my body. Why are you blessing me all of a sudden, leaving the male lead behind? Even Seal was the god who blessed Kyle's birth month. A voice came. It was Prince. Your mind has been wandering all day. And now you can't even give a proper blessing. If it makes you this anxious, you shouldn't have come. Your Holiness, you're a mess. I thought, is he worried about me? Then Prince, you wouldn't by any chance be using this as an opportunity to hold my hand, would you? I startled and told him this wasn't a case. The Emperor who was sitting just behind them saw both of them joking with each other. He passed the comment. Prince seems to be quite fond of the saint. I would love to see them married so that he can fulfill his duty as the successor. But for the life of me, I can't figure out if the saint even. Then the Empress. The saint always hides herself away at the temple, claiming to have health issues. She must have had a reason for accepting today's invitation. Why don't we try giving them a little privacy? I have a perfect idea. At that time, the Emperor's voice was heard. How about the saintess participating directly in the hunting festival with the Crown Prince? Turning my head, I saw the Empress, who had whispered something in the Emperor's ear, grinned and straightened her body. Kyle spoke to the Emperor instead of me. It's dangerous for her to go barefoot in a forest with monsters. Then the Emperor responded to his words. Can't you, the sword master, protect her? Well, then maybe you can get closer, Perhaps, the Empress used this as an excuse to trick the Emperor. Prince Lee continued, but we don't know what kind of unexpected situation will happen. Then the Empress cut off the Prince Kaylee words and spoke. Last year, the High Priest came as a representative of the temple, and he personally took the lead in purifying the forest. He infused divine power into the rocks of Else Valley. And these days, I heard that Else Valley is infested with monsters again. In addition to subjugating monsters at the hunting festival, if the saintess goes to Else Valley and purifies Kinston through its rocks, there will be a lot less accidents this year. There is a reason why the saintesses in the past have been carrying out purification activities every few years. It was a logical story. As if it has been prepared in advance. The Empress is right, but the saint's choice is up to her. At the Emperor's last words, all the nobles' eyes turned to me. It was expected that they would push me to the hunting ground by any means they could anyway. I get up from my seat and answer. Absolutely, Your Majesty, but it doesn't seem like it would be fun to ride a carriage to the hunting grounds. I'm going to ride that horse. At my words, and the corner of the Empress' lips, which had risen, hardened. Sir Alberto doesn't seem to be a good horse rider, so he'll ride in my carriage. Given what happened at the square, he doesn't appear to be a very skilled horseman after all. Alberto rolled his eyes and protested to me. What do you mean I can't ride a horse? I got up from my seat with a calm expression and walked out, standing in front of the Emperor. Your Imperial Majesty, less than a month ago, I saw Sir Alberto trampling on a child with a horse in the square. The child almost died. At those words, the Empress's expression hardened, and he was also startled. I turned to Alberto and asked him. Hitting him, trampling on him, and running without looking back as if he was like a dwarf hanging from an angry bull. He clenched his fists till his face turned white. He said. Do you have any proof that I did? I replied. I treated that child with my divine power, that's why there are many eyewitnesses. You still can't remember, so I guess you didn't even know you had trampled on a child. The Emperor looked at Alberto and furrowed his eyebrows. Is that true? He replied. Your Imperial Majesty, that's. Alberto's eyes lost their way and were shaking. After a while, the Emperor clicked his tongue. I know that you're weak in swordsmanship, but your horse riding skills are serious. So, for each other's safety, it would be better for Sir Alberto to be in my carriage. I ride on Sir Alberto's horse. You can't. The Empress's eyes were trembling with an anxious light. I felt like I was about to burst out laughing inside her transparent look. I continued, if he goes to the hunting festival on horseback with skills he doesn't even know that he trampled on a child, isn't it rude to the imperial family and nobles who are participating in the hunting festival today? The emperor looked at Alberto and ordered, let him ride in the carriage. And the saintess. The emperor's gaze turned to me. He asked, you're wearing a dress, would it be okay? I pondered for a moment and then said to the emperor, I think it would be uncomfortable. Can I borrow your clothes? After a while, Alberto was in the temple carriage instead of Ariel in Ariel dress. A noise was heard breaking the moment. These damn jerks. Can't you go slowly? The temple carriage was strong, but it wasn't a combat one, that's why it wasn't good for shock absorption. This means that the feeling of a rocky surface or an uneven surface is conveyed inside. A voice filled with anger was heard again. How dare she humiliate me like this? Wench always gets in my way. Next time I see her, she's dead meat. Alberto was grinding his teeth. Can you not hear me? I said stop. Then the carriage stopped in the middle of the forest. Alberto was cursing on coachman. The moment he stepped outside the carriage. At that moment, the flying arrow shattered the glass of the carriage and narrowly pierced the other wall. Alberto's eyes were wide open. The reason for having the saintess participate in the hunting festival was to harm her. A harsh, hoarse voice was heard from above. You're unlucky to meet bandits. With his head raised, Alberto looked at them with wide open eyes. About 5 ugly men in commoners' clothes were covering their mouths. However, they weren't bandits. They're all assassins hired by Alberto. Nice to meet you, saintess. Alberto got into the carriage of the saintess, wearing her clothes, and was mistaken for her. The sound of a sword being pulled out made his spine tremble. One of the bandits said, don't be too resentful. Still, you're the saintess, so even if you die, God will send you to a better place. Alberto shouts, I'm not the saintess. The saintess went there. Alberto was bewildered by this situation and protested while staring intently at them. However, he bit his tongue so hard that blood was oozing from his mouth, and his pronunciation wasn't right. Alberto kept shouting, I'm not da saintess, you bastards. Then, the man holding the knife stopped and furrowed his eyebrows, and the voices of men talking were heard. There are rumors that the saintess is an idiot, it seems to be true. I heard she was pretty, yet in reality she has a terrible face. I've never seen a face so messed up. Alberto was just going crazy. He shouts, Crazy bastards, what is wrong with my face? Crazy bastards, what's wrong with my face? One bandit spoke, well, we still have a job to do. No hard feelings, eh? Since you're the saint, the gods will send you to a good place. A hideous voice came and Ariel was startled. She asked from Prince, did you hear something? He replied, no, nothing. He turned back and spoke. By the way, you look good in that suit. When did you learn how to ride a horse? The suit she was wearing was looking absolutely perfect on her. She then spoke. I learned in my spare time. And yes, it's a relief, Sir Alberto's suit. Unlike the main characters in the movie, who can't stop running all night long. Ariel's body was far from exercising, that's why my lower back quickly began to ache. She then spoke. My back hurts, I should have taken carriage. Ariel then asks Prince, did the paladins return nicely? Someone must have mixed a drug that caused an upset stomach in their meals today. The reason we were alone was that the paladins who had been following us to some extent suddenly started vomiting or grabbing their stomachs. I didn't expect this up to now, but Alberto seems to have prepared quite meticulously. Now this place was in the forest, and it was quiet without anyone's presence. Of those who participated in the hunting festival, we probably came the farthest. Kyle, who was running alongside me, stopped his horse, and so did I. He got off his horse and spoke. I should advise Reus to clean the temple. Then he reached out to Ariel and put her on his cape. He continued, and now we can't turn back time. If you did, you would be playing with troublesome things. Now sit back and relax. I felt like I was going to live when I rested for a while after sitting on top of the shaky horse. She then spoke. Thank you. And Sir Alberto didn't look half bad either, don't you think? I was the one who suggested exchanging clothes. But I never thought we'd both end up looking so good. Hearing this, all the gods became angry. And the chat window opens. Mond, the deity of arts, is objecting with a scowl on his face. Seal, the deity of destruction, is growling after recalling the unpleasant sight. Hest, the deity of knowledge, is rinsing his eyes with holy water. Hearing this, even Prince became angry. Usually he wasn't very expressive person, but this time we can clearly see his angry face. He then spoke. Are you blind? It was the ugliest thing I've ever seen. All gods were agreeing with Prince. After a while, Ariel spoke. Anyway, I'm sorry that you ended up escorting me instead of participating in the hunt. He looked into the distant forest and answered. Do you want to go alone? No. Hearing my stern answer, I heard him laugh. I didn't want to be left alone in the forest teeming with monsters. Besides, I'm the saintess. The oracle is helpful, but it was still safer to go with Kyle. Hunting festivals usually last until midnight. A search party is dispatched around midnight for those who can't come back even at midnight. He then replied, No, I'm not going to participate in this hunt. I asked him with a puzzled expression. Wouldn't it be helpful to show off your bravery by hunting big monsters? He continued, Sometimes you have to take care of yourself. Ariel thought, Of course. It seems Kyle was also aware of the Empress's plot. I have a quick temper, so please get up already. But unexpected words came out of his mouth. Don't be surprised, sit and wait. The blade was pulled from his scabbard with a sharp sound. Immediately, a thump was heard in the forest, and the two horses standing there made a sound. What's going on? Thump, thump, thump sound came. Prince Kyle said not to worry and stay behind him. Contrary to Kyle's calm words at that moment, my horse. No, Alberto's horse raised its front paws and made a noise, then suddenly started running away in the other direction. No, don't go. I forgot to tell you to hang it up. I hurriedly got up and tried to catch the horse. But the horse had already run away. After a while, a faint shadow came rushing in and gradually revealed its shape. Something fat, with green skin and about 3 meters tall, was rushing here. It's a troll, Ariel shouts. I forgot to tell you to hang it up. Kyle, who was looking at the monster with his sword drawn, frowned and said. Even at this moment, the troll continued to run at great speed. I stood behind him with clenched fists, resisting my instinct to run away at any moment. Help me, the only word came out of Ariel's mouth. For a moment, as if he was hearing the cry in my heart, something lingered on Kyle's blade. And then suddenly the troll was defeated. It was bizarre to see it fall to the floor as if its whole body had been cut into pieces, rather than fall because his neck was cut off. Steam was rising from the blade Kyle was holding. Only his horse was watching this scene casually. I got goosebumps rather than being disgusted. The god of art, Mond, frowns. The god of destruction, Seal, runs around happily. All of a sudden, I was touched by the status quo of him being a sword master. That troll, turned into chunks of minced meat and slimes, probably won't know what happened until the moment of its death. His red eyes were still gleaming with terrifying flesh. Are you afraid of me? Suddenly I heard his voice. I looked into his eyes. A monotonous sense of fatigue stood in his red eyes as he looked at the place where the troll had died. A person who thinks it's trivial to kill something. What kind of life did he lead until this happened? The lieutenants advised me to save my smile while slaughtering. Strange rumors circulate about me among the soldiers. That I am a monster. After that, my expression completely hardened. Sometimes I don't know what kind of face I have. With a squeaky sound, Kyle slowly put the sword into the scabbard. After thinking for a moment, I opened my mouth to him. I'm not afraid of your highness. Then I saw him wriggle his eyebrows. You seem to have more courage than I thought. His self-helpful voice was calm, but somehow his eyes seemed lonely. Is there anyone who dares to approach Kyle with his sword drawn? I couldn't understand the loneliness and responsibility he had, but I suddenly remembered what I wanted to say. Ariel continued. If we were enemies, I would never want to meet you, but if you're an ally, you're the most reliable person. I mustered up the courage to speak a little more. He slowly turned his gaze towards me, and spoke to an ally. You just protected me with that terrifying sword, Ariel replied. She thought it was a huge troll. If I had been hit by that axe blade, I would have died immediately. She continued, so don't treat yourself like a monster. If it's real monsters, then we're talking about that. I pointed to the troll for a moment, then squeaked and looked away again. It's terrible to see it again. Hearing my foolish advice, he stared curiously at the troll for a long time. Of course, I agree with the advice of the lieutenants. If you smile with a sword in your hand, you will come out in dreams. His eyebrows seemed to wrinkle a little at my words, and a deep smile appeared on his lips. He said, the way you talk is getting more and more unreserved. Ariel continued, I believe in your promise to guarantee my life. Immediately, he shook his head as if he was dumbfounded. There was a deep smile on his lips that I had never seen before. After a while, a challenge was set before us in the order of schedule. Prince said, the horse ran away, and there is only one way. Alberto's horse ran away, and all that's left is Kyle's horse, and we have another hour to ride. The god of art, Mond, jeers Kyle, accusing him of being an obvious mastermind. The god of love, Odyssey, cheers for this typical cliché. The god of destruction, Seal, snorts. I put away the flickering chat window of the gods in front of me and thought about it for a while. Are there any sharp alternatives? Ariel suggests one idea, she said after waiting for a while, then borrowing a horse from a passerby is. Prince replied, so you're suggesting to extort. That's not bad either. No, he continued. Borrowing someone else's horse in a place where monsters like trolls roam around would be the same as telling that person to die. I'm not that conscientious either, but I'm tired of having enemies. In the end, when I couldn't think of an alternative, I asked him in a bit of desperation. Ariel continued, but wouldn't it be too heavy if two people ride the horse? Then he reached out to his horse and touched its neck roughly. Prince said, Liza is a trained warhorse. It won't be tired of that kind of weight. Lisa's eyes was shining like a sun ray. Even Ariel also noticed it. That's a relief. I was worried that it would be heavy, but it was a relief. Anyway, it was my first time riding a horse with someone. Didn't you say you'd rest more? He narrowed his eyebrows and asked me. It's because I don't feel good enough to keep looking at that. I glanced at the troll's corpse. It's not a corpse. Anyway, it was even worse. Prince said, it certainly is not a good view. I heard his voice mixed with laughter. In fact, his movements were still unbelievable. I clearly realized the importance of not turning the tip of his sword into an enemy. Hold my hand. Soon he got on his big horse and reached out his hand. The saddle was wide, so I seemed to be able to ride in front of him without difficulty. I reached out my hesitant hand to him. He grabbed my hand and pulled me up. A heavy silence fell between us. My two legs were in one direction and only my upper body was turned unnaturally, so it seems that the position. I tried to regain my composure, but my voice trembled. I think I need to turn my leg a bit. At the moment, I was sitting with both legs in one direction and only my upper body was holding him, so I would have to turn one leg into a riding position to get a stable posture. And soon my lips were tingled. Somehow, a low and dangerous voice flowed. He said, I want you to put your hands away before that. Then I lowered my head slightly and looked at my left hand that was holding his thigh. And the moment I knew what I was holding on to, the accident stopped. What have I done? If there was a rewind button, I wanted to rewind time before getting on the horse. So my left hand was holding the very bad part of him. I'm sorry, I'm not a stutterer, but I was stuttering like crazy in this situation. I slowly removed my hand from him, stiffened. I made excuses in this embarrassing situation, but I soon realized that it was a mistake. His eyebrows twitched. No, it's too thick. This isn't it either. Then the chat window popped up. The god of destruction, Seal, blushes, appreciating his magnificence. The god of benevolence, Oman, raises his lash and measures his not thigh. The god of art, Mond, sighs and acknowledges Kyle's victory. The chat window in front of me shimmered, and a party was held at the oracle. The god of love, Odyssey, publishes a poem called, Love is on his thigh. The god of knowledge, Hest, redefines what thigh is. They were excited, very excited. The god of knowledge, Hest, is biologically rigid. I desperately ended the oracle that was becoming increasingly stale. Then I turned around and sat down with my back against him. The gaze on the back of my head and the touch of my hand that still remained was driving me crazy. I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. I realized that in embarrassing situations, it's better to be quiet. There was no answer from behind for a while. As I wiggled my fingertips in the maddening silence, I heard his voice, which seemed a little angry. If it was intentional, today's hunting would have ended here. He wrapped one arm around my waist to keep me from falling and started running his horse. It was more dynamic and wilder than Alberto's horse I had ridden earlier. Every time the horse hit the ground, his hard chest slammed against my back. Kyle didn't say anything for a long time after that with his stiff eyebrows. After running for about 40 minutes, we arrived at a huge rocky valley. It was magnificent and wonderful scenery. The rocks that have been weathered by the wind and turned round are growing like mushrooms. Kyle got off his horse, and I followed him. The largest of the rocks was as high as 4 stories high, and standing in front of it felt intimidating. On the dark red rock was a sentence engraved in an unreadable language. It was often said that priests and saintesses who participated in hunting festivals purified this rock. Although purifying the rocks doesn't eliminate all the monsters in the Kinston Mountains, it does prevent the monsters from appearing to some extent. As long as I have completed this mission today, even the empress will no longer be able to attack me by mentioning the duties of a saintess. I stared silently at the rock. Then I quietly brought my right hand to its surface. It wasn't difficult to let the sacred power flow now. I don't know exactly what purification is, but I thought that maybe it could be done as if I was healing. Sacred power flowed down the surface of the rock. After a few seconds, the letters engraved on the rock began to glow. Even me, who was purifying, was surprised to open my eyes wide. Wildflowers were blooming here and there on the grass that sprang up when the purification was finished. I asked Prince, "Is purifying supposed to be like this?" He replied, "I have no idea, I have never seen." Kyle stared at the marvelous scenery for a long time, then turned to me and spoke. "What on earth are you?" Red eyes that sparkled with suspicion. He was questioning me with his eyes, what the hell I had done. Maybe he was asking about my identity. What should I answer? In fact, it's the first time I've seen something like this, so I can't explain it. Only a warm wind blew through the silence. The sky suddenly became dark and it started to rain. He frowned and said, "The temple forecast said it would be a sunny day." In the Empire, the temple also served as a weather forecaster. I thought maybe it was because of me, or the gods doing. Without thinking about it, I asked him, "I wish we could find a place to hide from the rain for a while." Prince saw Ariel's face and something was so mesmerizing about her that he can't figure it out. Then finally he spoke. "I saw a cave earlier. It had rained so much that I couldn't even see the ground in the mud, so my body was already very wet. After a while, we found a cave large enough to fit a horse and went into it. My clothes, it's completely wet." The cave was a small cave with a closed end, and seemed perfect for a short rest. "It rains heavily." I sat down on a rock that protruded a little like a chair, and Prince came near me and put his cloak on my shoulder. He spoke, "So even a real saint can catch a cold." After a while he sat down side by side. Ariel spoke. "It was clear up until now, but why is there sudden thunder and lightning?" Then Prince asked, "I've heard that you have proven your power, but I can't believe it with my own eyes." I turned my gaze away from him and looked at the rainy landscape outside the cave. Ariel muttered, "A real saintess." The atmosphere was getting heavy, but the sound of rain made up for the awkwardness. He went on, "What was the reason you hid it until now?" It wasn't an interrogative tone. I hesitated for a moment, then opened my mouth. "I wasn't a real saintess. And I still don't think I'm a real one." After a long silence, he spoke again. "Even though you have holy power, you don't think you're a real saintess." "Interesting," I replied to his somewhat cynical remark. "I'm still just Ariel, the slobber of the temple." He let out a low voice after a while. "I thought you had changed. From one day on, you have definitely become a different person." To the extent I doubt whether it was the same person as the woman I knew. Like a sword master, his senses were sharp. But I pretended to be calm and accepted his words. Ariel then spoke. Well, everyone has a turning point in their life. I think I was too immature. I agree, though, he replied. Then he raised his hand and swept away my wet hair. And he spoke. But from where I'm standing, it doesn't look that simple. My heart was pounding in the dark light in his eyes, but I didn't waver and looked straight at him. Thoughts that troubled my heart flowed along with the sound of rain. I broke through the silence and opened my mouth. I couldn't explain this to him anyway. I opened my mouth and spoke. And I'm trying to live a different life than before. It's not easy, but still. I could feel his deep gaze. Somehow, hearing the sound of raindrops stimulated my emotions. However, these days, I'm thinking about it. Am I better than I was before? Ariel in the novel was definitely a villain. So, am I a good person, possessing Ariel? Ariel continued. She said. Still, sometimes I question whether I'm doing the right thing. I made up my mind to live this new life. But somehow it still feels like history is repeating itself. The choices I'm making now are only making things worse. After a while, Prince spoke. I guess that's possible, but who am I to judge whether the life you're leading is good or bad? The only person who can decide that is you. For what it's worth, I like this version of you more. You catch me off guard sometimes. But I like people who look straight ahead and move forward. I turned around and stared blankly at him, then looked under the cloak he had covered, and noticed that the rain had wet his shirt, revealing his shoulders and skin. There was a rush of heat on my face. Then suddenly a loud noise came. The sound of something exploding was heard nearby. Kyle pulled me behind him. Then we went to see what happened. The rock, which looked quite large, was burned black and scattered with its fragments. I stared blankly at it in surprise. Is it lightning? He frowned and asked. Lightning? What does lightning in the dry sky mean? And why did it suddenly rain so hard? The answers were gathered into one. I put my hand on my forehead. And after a while I whispered very softly. Open the oracle again. Then a blue window appeared in front of me. And dizzy messages flew into the chat window. The god of love, Odyssey, starts selling corn snacks again. The god of art, Mond, grumbles while sitting down and watching you. The god of destruction, Seal, alternately looks at Kyle's pants and the cave you came from. The god of benevolence, Oman, looks curious about what has happened. The god of knowledge, Hest, praises himself as his plan to move you worked. My head was pounding, but I kept the chat window in front of me out of sight as much as possible and told Prince. I was surprised. Perhaps he doesn't want to know that the god of his birth month is very interested in his pants dance and blushes his cheeks whenever he has time. Then he spoke. I don't think it's a big deal. Let's go back. He took my hand again and put me on top of his horse. We ran straight away. How far we ran, I wonder. Towards the end of the afternoon, we reached the place where the hunting festival started. Prince spoke. Will you go back to the temple now? I replied. I suppose so. The festival's over. And I feel like if I overstay my welcome any further, my life really will be in danger. Prince laughed and spoke. It was an eventful festival, wasn't it? First, 2 of her closest aides die, then her brother comes back looking like well. It must be quite vexing to see the 2 of us in such good shape. I could feel a hint of joy in his red eyes, which glowed dangerously dark. Funny, at that moment, the mystery of why Kyle didn't participate in the hunting festival was solved. I asked Prince, so do the deaths of the Empress aides have anything to do with why you didn't participate in the hunt this? He then spoke. I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about. Never mind. Here, take your cape back. Thank you for lending it to me. While she was about to leave, Prince grabbed her hand. She looked at him with a slightly startled look, and he raised her hand up. Then he lowered his head slightly and placed his lips on the border between the back of her hand and her fingers. His red eyes were staring at me wide open without looking down. The touch of his lips gave a subtle touch to my skin. After a while he lifted his lips from my hand and said, "See you soon, Ariel." When he let go, I slowly lowered my hand. And went on why my heart is pounding so much. The next day. My whole body hurts like a shit. I did too much horse riding. I guess I'm not good at long-distance horseback riding. There's been some aftereffects for a few days. I searched for the hunting festival among the archives of the temple library that I had previously borrowed. There were also records of what happened in the past hunting festivals, and there was something interesting about it. It is said that a man named Muller, the Crown Prince's imperial studies teacher, was killed by a number of arrows that were accidentally fired at the last hunting festival. And those who shot the arrows were Baron Dimitri and young Baron Ludwig. They were the entourages of the Empress. The Crown Prince requested a reinvestigation, yet it wasn't accepted. I heard their names yesterday. As I thought, Kyle did that. The closer we got, his vigilance dimmed even more, but he was definitely a dangerous man. In fact, it seems that none of the three male leads are harmless. If his blade points outward at me, he'll be a perfect ally, but if it's directed at me as in the original story, or in the prophecy, I will probably never be as afraid. In any case, we were dealing with one enemy, the Empress, so we were allies, but friendship with him through a common enemy. And that's when the thought got there. Suddenly there was a knocking sound from the window. I approached the window a little nervous, and was startled to see the child outside the window. As soon as I opened the window, the child of the Thieves' Guild slipped into my room. I asked, "Are you also a sword master?" At my words, the child asked back, "What do you mean?" "Ah, no, how did you get here?" I inquired. "By climbing the wall," the child replied indifferently. In fact, if he had been flying like Kyle, he wouldn't have almost been killed by Alberto's horse. What information do I need to know? The day I went to the hunting festival, I gave the child a mission. At that, he nodded his head and opened his mouth. I found out that the Empress chief maid had bought the thing the saintess said. From where? I've been to Lloyd's merchant before and saw the Empress chief maid angry. It is said that Lloyd's merchant doesn't handle corporate goods. At that time, I passed it on without much thought, but now that the Empress has become an enemy, I need even a little bit of information. The kid replied, "It's only been purchased through a connection in the Deviamon Wizard Guild." If it's Deviamon, according to the information I got from the books I read, there were several types of wizard guilds. In fact, the term, school, was more suitable for the group of wizards than the name of a guild. And the Deviamon Guild was a very secretive and powerful organization with a long history of black magic. Wait a minute. So, rather than grabbing evidence that she bought Runia, maybe it's also a guild that has as many different kinds of ghost stories as modern Freemason horror stories. Like moving the world behind the scenes with political black hands. I ask from child, "How do I make contact with that person?" The child looked at me in awe. It seemed surprising that the saintess was casually asking about the Black Magic Guild. He then replied, "The Magic Night Market is held on the first day of every month, and I heard that people from the Deviamon Guild also appear there." The child held out a piece of paper and I saw a picture of an inverted skull. I asked, "Is this the emblem of the Deviamon Guild?" He replied, "Yes." And on the back page, I put together some information about the Deviamon Guild. Indeed, when I looked at the back page, information about the guild leader and other information were written on it. The kid informs Ariel, "Alberto Mikhail only knows the assassins are dead, yet they're alive, and they're grinding their teeth on Alberto." I also received a definite answer that they would give evidence. As expected, he's a trusted Thieves Guild member as well. I smiled with satisfaction, and then spoke. "Thanks. You're exceeding my expectations, though. You've got plenty of it today." I took out 100 franc. And was about to give him. But then I stopped. I said, "Wait a minute, I still don't even know the name of my most competent little worker. What should I call you?" The kid looked at me at awe. Then he spoke. "Oh, my name is Noah." I replied, "That's a cool name. From now on, please take care of me as well." And the next mission. With a bright smile, Noah accepted the secret letter I had written with a somewhat embarrassed expression. "Give it to the Crown Prince. Just put it where he can see it. Since he visits the town frequently for inspection, you have a chance to contact him without even going to the Imperial Palace." The child smiled brightly and spoke. "All right, just leave it to me, Your Holiness." At night, I arrived at the outskirts of the capital, where the night market is located. According to Noah information, There were shabby houses everywhere compared to the decent houses I had seen before. Also between the narrow alleys with a musty smell, there were lights and tents. This was also the moment when I realized that the gap between the rich and the poor was wide. Mages might be sensitive enough to detect my holy power. So I made sure to wear the ceiling pendant. I deactivated the prophecy fur on just in case. I told all the gods, I'm going to take a bath and go to bed, so don't pester me. But now I feel a bit nervous. Then again, it probably doesn't matter what I do. I got called in by Reus to prove my holy power in front of the congregation. Now I've really crossed the point of no return. Does this mean I have to live as the saintess forever? No way, I don't want to live like this. I'm going to give my spot to Camilla. And go off to Omicron, enjoy the rest of my life. I can do this and get my freedom. And, I even have Hesid's bracelet on. I can face any danger. Then, a familiar voice was heard from behind. Saintess. Ariel thought I just had to go and jinx it. I turned around and saw Noah. He said, I'm certain I wrote in my letter that it would be dangerous to come here alone. And yet you are here. I asked, did you come to accompany me? Noah nodded his head. I smiled, thanked Noah and started walking alongside him. He continued talking. In the night market, merchants entrusted with sales by the guilds often charge unreasonable prices to unfamiliar customers, so be careful. Do you think I'm going to be deceived? I asked. No, not at all. He replied. What a straightforward fellow. I was a little nervous about the gloomy atmosphere, but having a companion made me feel more confident. The night market here was different from the large and pleasant night market of the Rose Festival. There seemed to be very few shops. And there weren't many customers. However, most of the guests were wearing suspicious clothes, and I assumed that they were magicians. The price of bat eyeballs is crazy these days. It's 10 francs for a pair, what is left even if you make a potion? The voices of magicians could be heard around. As if I was one of them, I slowly began to look at the stalls. Ew, there were also disgusting and terrifying ones. Isn't it crazy to serve rat meat as a delicacy? Who are the people lining up there? I shrugged and shifted my gaze to the side. But next to it was an egg the size of my fist. Whoa, what is this? It was a colorful egg that looked like a Russian doll matryoshka. It's an egg of a demon. The shopkeeper asked me with suspicious eyes. Since you don't know about demonic creatures, you don't seem to be a magician. I thought maybe I made it so obvious that I am not a mage. So I tried to give an excuse. Yes. I'm not a magician, but a magician's assistant. I quickly surrounded myself for fear that he might cheat on me as I was an innocent person. The master is a very vicious one, and I have several items to buy, so I come and take a look. It also meant that if he tried to hit me, the violent master wouldn't let him go. The store owner quickly cleared his guard and explained. A demonic creature is a creature that wakes up when the owner's magic is poured on it. This egg has a high grade among demonic eggs, so there's a high probability that a useful one will be born. I ask, is it like a monster? The shopkeeper made a face first, but then proceeded to explain. It's similar, but it's more like a pet as it's intelligent and has the ability to interact with its owner. My curiosity grew when I heard the word, pet. When I was young, it was my dream to have a dog. Noah, what do you think? I turned to Noah and asked. It's truly a high-grade egg. I haven't seen it myself, but I've heard that the thinner the stripes, the better. Noah, who accompanied me, explained in detail. He was a great source of information for the first night market I visited. I agreed with Noah's words. However, I was curious as I couldn't find such thing in other stores. How much is the price? I asked. The shopkeeper replied, 1,000 francs. I opened my mouth wide in surprise at the unexpected answer. 1,000 francs. It's a unique grade egg. Shouldn't you pay 1,000 francs to stay? The devil's eggs are forbidden to trade, so you can't buy them at the merchant. Besides, unique grades are very rare in our night market. You're lucky today, I replied, raising my eyebrows. Still, I think 1,000 francs is too much. He continued, if you leave today, you won't be able to get a unique grade, will you be okay? It seems that the customer really likes it, so I will deduct 100 francs. When I showed my concern, the owner cut off 100 franc. Saintess, let's just go. Noah urged me to leave the store with a fed-up look. Yet somehow, I kept my eyes on the egg. Then after a while the deal was done at 500 franc. The bargain was successful, but it was still expensive. If you come to our guild, I think you will become a great talent. At Noah's admiration, I was embarrassed for nothing. Shall I consider the Thieves Guild as a second career path? I walked the night market again with Noah and looked around other shops. What I was looking for today was the Deepening Guild's shop. I saw a black skull. And if I put it upside down, I found it. Right. It was the Deepening Guild. Behind the stall stood a suspicious-looking merchant in a black robe. With a trembling heart, I approached the Deepening Guild's stall. And I mustered up the courage while holding out my things. And spoke to them. Hey, you're from the Deepening Guild, right? I want to meet the guild leader of the Deepening Guild. It was absurd, but the merchant's eyes stared at me sharply. The item I brought out was a 100 franc, ancient coin with minor divine power, I bought at the Holy Relic shop. I bought it after hearing from Noah that the guild leader of the Deepening Guild liked ancient coins and collected them. The merchant who picked up the coin looked at it carefully, and then he stared at me. It's a unique thing. Where did you get this? I came here because the guild leader was very interested in coins, so I wanted to trade. I also have something to buy. The merchant, who had paused for a while at my answer, touched the magic ring he was wearing with his other hand. After a moment, 2 men in black robes appeared behind me. I'll take you to the guild leader. As expected, Noah's information that the guild leader also traded coins was correct. I followed them out of the night market and started walking through the night. I wasn't afraid as I had received Ciel's blessing in bed with the forced excuse that I was afraid of nightmares. Noah was with me, too. I think it's over there. As I listened to Noah's words, I saw a mansion exuding a gloomy energy. I told Noah, from here on, I will go in by myself. But he didn't want to leave me there. I have an idea. Let's meet in front of the house later. Although the truth is I'm worried that something dangerous will happen to Noah. I turned around and walked forward, leaving him behind. As I entered the gloomy place with 2 men without a word, the mansion door closed with a squeaking sound. After that, I just kept walking with them. As we approached a large space, I could see a man sitting on the sofa. The man's hand was fiddling with the coin I had handed to the merchant earlier. It's an ancient coin. It's not a common thing, but it's a product that has a low value. It's expensive, about 100 franc. I was startled by the sweet voice. Later I realized that it was a man's voice. Slowly turned his head. Ellen, now I can see him properly. Thus, for the first time, I came face to face with the representative of the Deepening Guild. His hair, which had been discolored by the flames, was silver as white as snow. The purple eyes, which seemed to be a mixture of blue and red, made me feel like my heart was sinking. I looked at him and opened my mouth. I came here because I wanted to get something. I brought it because I thought it was precious. I'm disappointed. He asked, what are you looking for? I answered right away. Cronia. Cronia, the illegal medicinal herb, was banned from trade. This is the item that the Empress chief maid was trying to buy from Lloyd's merchant. Noah said that it was sold by the Deepening Guild. The man looked at me and said in a relaxed tone, ah, that. My heart was pounding. Is the information Noah obtained correct? We don't deal with it. A corner of his lips twisted. It was an outright lie and rejection. But I didn't give up and pleaded with him as if it were nonsense. No way. I'm sure I've heard that Cronia is sold here. At my words, his purple eyes stared at me. I spoke. I heard that you can get Cronia as well as Beckia and Ansha here. They were all banned narcotics. According to the information Noah obtained, those items are rumored to be distributed to only a small number of people in the Deepening Guild. At one point, his eyes seemed to glow mysteriously. His feet approached me and he stopped in front of me. And spoke. Who did you hear that from? I kept my composure and answered clearly. I can't say that. He continued to ask. Whom did you hear about the drugs from? I opened my eyes and answered politely. Emperor Rosé Elide mentioned the Deepening Guild at the secret meeting of the female nobility. I need Cronia for personal purposes, so I came to you with a coin. He asked, what was Rosé Illide talking about? I replied, I heard that the Deviamon Guild handles drugs that are prohibited. She also gave the names of those who belong to the Deviamon Guild among the nobles. The Empress said that she was well aware of the weakness of the Deviamon Guild, and that she had the Deviamon Guild in the palm of her hand. His fine eyebrows could be seen contorting. He then gets up from his seat and then he raised his hand. Soon his eyes lit up, and a mysterious light stretched out from his hand. And I heard his question again. Who are you, Celestine? I recited the information with blank eyes. It's only half of the information anyway, so he can't infer my information. Celestine was the surname of Ariel's mother, who was a baron's daughter, and Ariel used her mother's surname when introducing herself deliberately to show that she had half the aristocratic blood. He quickly licked his lips nervously. You will forget everything you heard from Rosé Illide. I answered with a blank expression. Yes. He continued, and you will forget that you met me today. Yes. I answered him politely. He stared into my eyes for a long time. Then he mumbled, I don't know why I feel bad. I stood blankly, trying not to make eye contact with him. Now go, Celestine. I went out, and finally I relaxed. I was so proud of my acting. I thought he might caught me, but I came out unharmed. This should ensure the Deviamon Guild draws its sword against the Empress. Now that my work here is done, shall I get back to the temple? Next day as Ariel told Noah to send letter to Crown Prince. The Crown Prince caught Noah and tied him up. Prince spoke, how exactly did a kid from the Thieves Guild become an errand boy to the saint herself? Noah was kneeling in front of Prince, looking at him with his body bound. Prince raised the corners of his lips at the look of a young boy, even in a frightening situation. The letter must have belonged to Ariel. In Prince's hand was Ariel's letter, which Noah had placed in his pocket, taking advantage of the commotion. He was successful in delivering the letter. However, Noah replied, I'm just getting paid and running errands. Ariel told Noah to answer anyone who asked so. That would be a protection for each other. It must also be true that Noah was paid 50 francs for this work alone. You seem like a pretty smart fellow. Despite the praise, Noah's expression didn't change. Prince took a coin from his pocket and put it in front of Noah's eyes. There were 10 gold coins worth a whopping 100 francs. Give me something to do. Noah's eyebrows moved slightly for the first time. Prince's voice was heard. Report to me about the movement of the saintess in the future. At those words, Noah's eyebrows twitched and moved greatly. Prince was looking down at him with cool red eyes. You can get an undeserved price and run errands for me as well. Noah knew who Prince was. He's the only prince of the empire and a sword master, even to the point that if he offends his heart, he could have a very bad ending. I will decline, but Noah answered him as if he had nothing to think about. A chill radiated from Prince's gaze. The aura close to living literally was strong enough to make the body of an untrained boy tremble, yet Noah didn't reverse his words. I don't want to betray her. So I can't receive this money. Noah spoke word by word. Even though he was getting paid and running errands, Noah knew that Ariel was also considerate of him. She provided another way for him to live and saved him by pouring holy power. The only way for Noah to repay her favor was to do his best to comply with her requests. Prince drew his sword from its scabbard. A blade with a cool black glow was aimed at Noah's neck. The blue energy rising from the sword master's sword made Noah's face pale. If it's a threat, not conciliation. Prince's lively voice reached Noah's ears. What are you going to do? Noah was well aware what kind of consequences his answer would bring. Yet he answered without hesitation. I still can't. He was 8 years old. The glare in the eyes of the small boy looked straight into Prince's eyes. Prince twisted his lips at Noah's slightly trembling but firm voice. As expected, you're a good fellow. And he pulled back the sword that was almost going to touch his neck. Noah looked at him with an expression as he didn't understand the satisfied voice. Your spirit just now is great. Don't change. Prince pushed the drawn sword into the scabbard. Noah looked at him blankly. Prince spoke. I would have killed you if you had accepted my offer. He made a low voice and turned away from Noah. He then added his words. If you want to learn the sword later, come to me. The agility of your body was exceptional. Not knowing when the sword was used, the rope that bound Noah snapped and loosened. Noah stared blankly at Prince's back. And then he thanked him. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Highness." While leaving the place, Prince thought, where did she find that kid? Ariel. The longer I know her, the less I know. The next day, as if nothing had happened, the morning began with the oracle. The god of knowledge, Hest, welcomes the morning sun. The god of benevolence, Oman, examines your condition. The god of art, Mond, says the dirt on your shoes is questionable. I couldn't sleep, so I went out for a nearby night out and came back. I spoke in an indifferent tone. The god of destruction, Seal, is wary of something on the table. I suddenly remembered something I bought at the night market yesterday. Then, I lifted a single egg as big as a child's head on the table and looked at it closely. Come to think of it, the merchant said it was an egg of a pet demon. I replied, I picked it up. The god of knowledge, Hest, recognizes your shameless lie. The god of destruction, Seal, is wary of eggs. The god of benevolence, Oman, strokes Seal's head. To be honest, I bought this because it reminded me of a parrot that I had raised in my previous life. I don't know what will come out of it, but it's not a bad thing because it's a pet. Compared to the sack of gold coins, which was somewhat repulsive, the egg was cute and didn't feel anything special. I injected holy power into the egg through my hand. Although it was an egg of a demonic creature, the egg absorbed the holy power well as if it were eating rice. Whatever its bloodline is, I just have to raise it well. By the way, can I give the demonic creature holy power? At afternoon I was having lunch with Reus. Last time, I clearly showed holy power in front of people with the holy sphere. However, I wasn't at peace either. He spoke. After witnessing your holy powers for themselves, the priests will no longer make inappropriate comments. The rumors will stop now, he said as he cut the meat with a knife. Really, that's a relief, I replied. I looked at him as if I was possessed for a moment. I had a hard time swallowing the food. It's something I didn't ask, but suddenly I'm curious. His voice was heard again. When did your holy power begin to manifest? It was a difficult moment with a question I didn't really want to answer, but I tried to keep my composure. And I opened my mouth to him with an expressionless face. It hasn't been long. Someday I will have to answer that. She thought. I even once cheated on the holy sphere by purchasing a pendant that hides holy power. She continued. I did develop my holy power, but I didn't think I was going to be a real saintess. At my words, he was staring at me silently. I spoke in a calm tone. That thought remains the same to this day. Then I lifted my fork again and ate the salad. Reus didn't hold the tableware for a long time and opened his lips. To think that you still think of yourself as a fake saintess even though you have holy power. His low voice rang in my ears. One obviously may think that it doesn't make sense. Yet his answer was unexpected. I replied, of course there's a reason why I think so. And you won't tell me why. A heavy gaze was felt, but I didn't respond. And after a while, I heard the sound of him raising his knife again. Slice, the meat was being cut. The choker started shaking again. He opened his mouth again. Thank you for being honest, Ariel. Suddenly, the sound of his voice made my throat tingle. What was Reus thinking at this moment, I wondered. I raised my head and looked at his face. But apart from being grateful, the cold, golden eyes were staring at me. His red lips are sweet and his voice is resolute. He said, I have no intention of letting you go. His eyes were full of obsession, as if I was entangled. He continued, when you were a fake saintess with no holy power, and now, nothing has changed. His lips formed a smile. It was a beautiful face, yet I felt a subtle creep. He continued, this is your home, Ariel. It means you're the owner of this temple. And I'm your. I hurriedly looked down from him. Then I spoke. Ah, yes. Is it all ready for tomorrow? At my words, Reus closed his lips for a moment, thought for a moment, then pulled out his words. I'm going to ask you once again, but do you really want to go? I nodded. and said, "Still, it's His Imperial Majesty's personal letter." Reus said with a firm gaze at my words. "There are good parts of your change, yet also disadvantages." I replied, "Please prepare well for tomorrow. Sir Reus, the Emperor sent me a letter requesting a visit to confirm whether what in the Empress' womb was a real baby. The chosen Empress needs God's blessing." The trap I had set was finally responding. Meanwhile in the Imperial Palace, the Empress shouts, "Your Imperial Majesty, this is a setup. Please listen to me." The Empress shook her head and pretended to be surprised. She continued, "Maybe the chief maid abused my name to do this, but I don't know. I'm pregnant with a prince, how can I?" Her mouth is dry, but in this case, pretending to be innocent is the best. "Are you serious?" However, the Emperor opened his mouth with a voice of suspicion instead of sympathy. "What do you mean?" The Empress' shoulders shuddered. Only the corners of her lips, which were lowered, could explain her current feelings. Emperor continued, "Cronia leaves have already been found in the Empress's residence." The Empress' face darkened. He said, "The chief maid confessed she had bought Cronia." She defends herself by saying, "Your Imperial Majesty, are you doubting me now? What crazy woman would buy Cronia during her pregnancy? Cronia is a strong drug and it was also known that eating it during one's pregnancy could cause birth defects." He continued, "I asked for a man in the temple." The Empress' lips trembled at the Emperor's words. One of the other features of Cronia is to capture the absence of tachycardia. And when one consumes Cronia, their stomach gets full of gas, causing it to bloat. Just like the current Empress at 16 weeks pregnant. Depending on the person, it may swell like a full term. So Cronia is a drug that can lead to gastrointestinal pregnancy. "Your Imperial Majesty." The Empress's submerged voice scratched the Emperor's nerves. The Emperor continued, "In addition, the temple asked for Alberto's severe punishment." The Empress knew what had happened after hearing the news today. It is said that conclusive evidence came out that Alberto was the instigator behind the attack on an apprentice priestess, who was the saintess' entourage at the temple. Alberto obviously said he handled it well, yet he couldn't even guess what had happened. Even her limbs like close associates suffered on the hunting ground, and even things like this. The Empress was almost out of her mind. The Emperor said, the Count of Mikhail would be expelled completely. The Empress opened her eyes wide at those words. "How dare you towards my family?" The Emperor continued, "If I do something wrong, I, the Emperor, will pay the price, and shouldn't the Empress family do the same?" "Your Imperial Majesty." Beside this she has nothing to say. The Emperor ordered her, "Empress, prepare to meet the priests tomorrow. They will check your addiction to Cronia and the well-being of the child." The Emperor left the red-eyed Empress and turned around, going out as it was. There was only a cool chill in the empty room of the Empress. Her clenched fists were trembling. She thought, why is the Emperor talking about Cronia all of a sudden? They even found evidence of the assassination order. Alberto said he dealt with it properly this time. "Don't tell me, is this another one of your foul tricks, Saint Ariel? If the Emperor finds out my pregnancy is fake, it's all over. All of my meticulous planning ruined by that wretched saint." After a while, a scream that was close to a groan rang out desperately. The next day, I went to the Imperial Palace with Dwayne. Behind me, the guards were standing as if escorting us, and when I rolled up the magnificent corridor and went into the hall, I saw the Emperor sitting on the throne. And next to the Emperor was the Empress with a haughty face, holding her slightly swollen belly. The area around the throne was adorned with jewels and peonies, and hundreds of golden candlesticks were burning on the walls. As much as it was the imperial palace of the empire, it was majestic and splendid. How much is all this? I clicked my tongue and moved on. Originally, there would have been high-ranking nobles and officials, but they weren't invited as the reason for requesting the blessing was a doubt that would be triggered by Cronia. There are only the guard knights who can take the Empress with them at any time. The guard knights stood still without a single move. Blessings from the 9 gods to His Imperial Majesty the Emperor and Her Imperial Majesty the Empress. I bowed my head and greeted them as usual. Then I lifted my head and looked into the eyes of the Emperor. Those dark brown eyes looked a bit hazy these days. Thank you for coming. A slightly hoarse voice came out of the Emperor's mouth. He feels a little different than usual. I felt a strange sense of discomfort. Today the saintess was called. The Emperor coughed once and continued. To ask for the god's blessing for the baby in the Empress' womb. The Empress' cold gaze was directed at me. The atmosphere in the hall was strangely chaotic. May the glory of the gods be with you. To celebrate the meeting, the temple also prepared a small gift. Sir Dwayne brought the box and opened it. It was made using Crodium, the Prince-to-be's birthstone. I bowed my head once and saluted the Empress. Then I lifted the small, equal-sized sphere that had been given to him by Dwayne. Thank you. The servant took it and placed it at the Empress' feet. I turned my head and looked at the Emperor. And asked, but the Crown Prince is nowhere to be seen. Then he gave a worried expression and furrowed his eyebrows. Prince, that guy, where is he, I wonder? Around the time I frowned and thought that the Emperor was somehow different from usual. The Empress intercepted the Emperor's words. The Crown Prince was busy and couldn't attend. Ah, right. The Emperor nodded his head blankly. I lifted my head and met the Empress' eyes. Her lips were smiling, yet her eyes were as cold as ice. From the first moment I met the Empress' eyes, I could confirm that what I expected was right. The Empress continued. Last time, there were many rude things about the fake saintess from Chiago. Saintess, I replied with a light smile to the Empress' words. Don't say things like that. Today is the day I came to bless your Imperial Majesty the Empress. We were both smiling, but the mood felt as if we were walking on the edge of a knife. Rosé raised the corners of her lips at my words, which seemed to gesture to her to get to the point, and continued. I was told that the saintess had proved your divine power in the temple. Then, the candle, which had flickered in the slight breeze, no longer flickered. At that moment, the sound of Dwayne staggering was heard. I narrowed my eyes and looked at her. Rosé's eyebrows were raised. She spoke. Could you possibly heal dozens of people who are addicted to unscented and odorless poison at once? I heard Dwayne collapsed with a thud. I looked behind me to see he was banging his head. It's poison. Come to your senses. I heard the guards screaming in surprise. But that's only for a while. Everyone started swaying one by one. The sound of the pulled swords falling to the floor one by one was heard. I glared at Rosé, trying to keep my mind straight. The Emperor, whose eyes gradually became cloudy, finally closed his eyelids. His head fell to the side. Did you end up doing something like this? Cornered rat has few options. Whether to undo the mistakes of the past, or to just go out until the end. And she was definitely the latter. You don't answer my question. The Empress' venomous voice was heard. A person who will somehow trample on others and climb up, rather than fall down because of a false affair full of chronia. A few of the guard knights drew their swords, yet they fell to the floor before they could even approach. The incense had probably spread before I came in. But certain types of scent poison require a trigger to work, and she probably used it to trap me. The Empress slowly came forward. And then, a small empty bottle with a magic circle on it fell as it brushed against the hem of her dress. The bottle is probably designed to react quickly to the scent of poison that fills the air when it's opened. She bent her back, picked it up, and began to descend the stairs. I fell on my knees, and knelt down. The saintess, who had a persistent love for the Crown Prince, was ordered by him and tried to kill the Emperor and Empress with poisonous incense. Seizing the opportunity, the saint carried with her a cursed draft, which she used to kill the benevolent leaders, even at the cost of her own life. The Empress' lips moved softly. In the process, His Imperial Majesty unfortunately passed away, and the Empress the Prince protected her. She smiled as she touched her tummy with tenderness. She spoke. Our poor prince who protected his mother and became a star. A ship that had nothing in it, it almost gave me goosebumps. Soon she put the bottle in front of me. Even if you're the saintess, you're only human, and you can't stand poison. Her complexion looked fine alone because she had already drunk the neutralizer. I lifted my head and opened my dry lips as I stared at her. And asked, where is the Crown Prince? Then she smiled as if it were a pity. You worry about Prince until the very end. But don't worry too much, I'm not going to kill him. The Empress' eyes widened deeply. I'll just blind his eyes by drugging him and seal his aura. It isn't difficult to add medicine to the food of the Imperial Palace. Maybe Prince is with Alberto right now. Alberto suffered a lot too. And then I will make Prince my personal pet. But this time, I'm going to ask you to take all the blame, overturn the temple, and restore that child's honor. I'm sure your maid, who's lucky enough to survive, will be killed. After chatting for a while, the Empress turned her back on me. It wouldn't be a bad thing to live as the widow Empress after all. And when she took a few steps, I said, she's not a maid, she's an apprentice priestess, our Daisy. The Empress turned around at the sound of a voice different from before. I'm saying that if you know it, you should tell me. After I finished acting, I got up from wiping my hands, and said, Scenario 1 is amazing. What? At the first hearing of her term and my normal appearance, the Empress made her face hard and her lips trembled. How? I shrugged my shoulders and told her. Except that this is also a scenario I wrote. What the hell is? The Empress muttered. I ordered Sir Dwayne. Wake up. Dwayne, nap time is over. Dwayne, who was pretending to collapse, got up at my words. He looked at me with a fed-up look and said, as expected, the saintess is a very terrifying person. The god of knowledge, Hest, agrees with Dwayne. When Dwayne gave me a compliment, I said, have you been taking acting lessons, though? I was quite impressed. He replied, I just did as you said, Your Holiness. And I may have rehearsed a few times. I replied, it shows your acting was truly terrible the first time we practiced. You really might want to consider a career as an actor when all this is. Hearing our conversation, the Empress got irritated. She then shouts, enough of this nonsense. I don't know what you're playing at. But you'd be remiss to think I hadn't planned for these sorts of complications. If one file isn't enough to take you down. The Empress quickly took another bottle out of her clothes. Perhaps another poisonous incense she had prepared as a precaution. What a well-prepared person. She quickly opened the bottle. Yet her face hardened as she saw us standing still after a few seconds. Then I spoke. It doesn't work. And that's not poisonous incense. I also pointed to the bottle rolling on the floor. That one, too. Then the Empress opened her eyes wide. Ariel continued. It's a paralyzing poison. The guard knights and His Imperial Majesty will wake up in an hour. At my words, she started to take a step back, as if in disbelief. She muttered, no, it can't be. Her lips trembled. Flashback. Few days ago Prince came to temple. Kyle, who received the letter I had sent through Noah, had arrived at the temple. And we shared sincere opinions and discussions. Those who prosper by drugs, perish by drugs. Once a cheater, always a cheater. Kyle frowned at the phrase I had written during that time. He asked, what is this? I replied, once you take the easy road, it's hard to get out of it. He nodded at the plausible explanation. Ariel continued, what I'm a little worried about is the Empress' future move. Prince replied, we plan to narrow the range of options. Having lived in an era in which trap investigations were illegal, Kyle and I had a different framework of thinking. He continued, I recruited one of the two remaining close entourages of the Empress. She's the Empress' cousin, and if we let her family be safe, she'll cooperate. I own the right top. If her entourage had a very effective poison, what would the Empress do? As I thought about it, the nape of my neck went cold. I spoke, like you're inducing evil deeds. He then spoke, it's the Empress' choice to choose which one. Kyle was right, we could narrow her options from tens of thousands to only two. One is to correct mistakes, the other is to harm others. After a thought, Ariel spoke. I read a book about poisonous weed. Among the various information I obtained from the temple library, there was also information about herbal medicine. Ariel continued, how about disguising a paralytic poison as a poisonous incense? After a while, a cold smile appeared on Kyle's lips as the words came out of my mouth. He spoke, unlike the person who told me I was inducing evil. His red eyes stared intently at me. He continued, it's a detailed plan, more villainous than a villain. Then suddenly the chat window popped up. The god of knowledge, Hest, agrees with Kyle. The god of benevolence, Oman, expresses a deep affection for you. I grumbled a little at the undeniable words. I have a specific life motto that my well-being comes first. If I leave the Empress as it is, my safety will be increasingly threatened. As he looked at me and smiled, I heard his voice. He spoke. As expected, you're a talent more suited to the imperial palace than the temple. I pretended not to hear him and asked what his next plan was. But your highness. Then, a footsteps was heard, and the person who came in was Reus. He spoke. I was told that his highness was coming, so I hurriedly stopped. Bye. His gaze turned to Kyle, but it wasn't a disrespectful or angry voice. I must have told you last time. The saintess is a person of the temple, so private conversations about the saints' well-being. Shouldn't you share it with me as well? The corners of Reus's red lips twitched. Present time in the palace. The Empress muttered. No way. It can't be. Ariel confronted the Empress. So you admit to attempting to purchase a lethal poison. In that case, it's over. Please stop this. Surprised by the subject who tried to annihilate everyone here and live alone. I fell for your treachery. Again. Impossible. I stared at her with a sneer. At that time, the door of the hall that had been closed opened, and paladins, the Imperial Knights, led by High Priest Reus, began to pour in. They saw the situation in the hall and surrounded us. Reus's gaze was felt from the back of my head. The Empress, who was trembling and unable to come to her senses, cried out as she looked at the Imperial Knights. She shouts. The saintess has made a trick. Surround them. It was a bit of a misleading situation. The guard knights were down, the Emperor had lost his mind, then the Empress and I were standing. And also only Dwayne. It's true that it's hard to guess that a single, powerless Empress could have created such a situation. The Empress shouted, and she tried to frame us instead. The saintess was instigated by Prince Kyle and tried to put everyone to sleep and then kill them by using a paralyzing poison. With this paladin, Dwayne's grunting was heard behind me. No, why me? And according to the gesture of the commander of the Imperial Knights, who was watching the situation, the Imperial Knights drew their swords. As soon as they did that, the paladins also did the same, aiming at the Imperial Knights. The two forces of equal number faced each other with their swords pointed at each other, and the situation in the hall created a tension enough to see blood at any moment. At that moment, Reus, with his cool eyes, began to walk. You mean to see you in danger? He walked between the Imperial Knights and Paladins who were aiming swords at each other, then the Knights flinched and opened the way at the vivid energy emanating from him. As Reus energized the sphere, the Empress' face began to turn white. A familiar voice began to be heard from the sphere embracing holy power. The saintess, who had a persistent love for the Crown Prince, was ordered by him and tried to kill the Emperor and Empress with poisonous incense. In the process, His Imperial Majesty unfortunately passed away, and the Empress the Prince protected her. Our poor prince who protected his mother and became a star. The Empress' voice resounded in a high volume and could be heard in the entire hall. The knights began to gossip in surprise. No, this isn't me. She shouts. The Empress shook her head and stepped back from me. But it was her own voice that was unmistakably audible. Even if you're the saintess, you're only human, and you can't stand poison. Reus's low-pitched voice continued to be heard. I didn't expect that the precious voice recorder that was presented to the Empress from the temple would be used in this way. His gold eyes were full of bloodlust toward the Empress. The Empress' pupils trembled. And immediately, the commander of the Imperial Knights rang out. Protect His Imperial Majesty and seize the Empress. The knights immediately poured out and arrested the Empress. She struggled, yet she couldn't resist the power of the knights. She shouts. No, it's all a conspiracy from that bitch. Her venomous eyes were staring at me until the very end. Anyway, things have been sorted out. Suddenly, a group of men came in with harsh footsteps. At the sharp wind, I staggered back and turned. I could see the slightly disheveled red hair, the red eyes blazing like the flames of hell, and the blood-covered uniform of the Crown Prince, and the blood-drenched blue blade. As if he was the Demon King from the demon realm, a dark red aura was blooming around him. The final organizer of this situation appeared in time. His red eyes were focused only on the Empress. The Empress, who had rebelled wildly, stopped and stared blankly at him. Her eyes shook violently. Thud. From his right hand, something unrecognizable fell to the floor and rolled like a ball. As I set my eyes on it, I realized it was a human head after a while. Oh, my gods. The god of destruction, Seal, covers his eyes. The god of art, Mond, curses at swords and wielding things because they have no dignity. Prince's cold voice was heard. Empress, I brought your long-awaited brother. The Empress' face was drained of blood as Alberto's miserable head rolled and stopped slowly. Alberto, the Empress' voice trembled. Soon, her furious gaze turned to Crown Prince. A desperate voice rang out. It was a voice filled with evil that seemed to pierce the sky. You're taking everything from me. Even my little brother. Hot tears flowed down her pale cheeks. Crown Prince Kaylee spoke to her with an expressionless face. The number of innocents you and Alberto killed after you became the Empress is 17. The number of innocents you killed before you became the Empress is 8. If I hadn't saved Noah and Daisy, the 2 would have been added. If I had saved Tina, who came as a fake saintess, it would have lessened by 1. Crown Prince Kaylee's. As of today, Alberto Michael's evil deeds are over. A cold voice echoed through the hall. The Empress' distorted eyes shook. And so are yours. She spoke. Her disheveled hair was a mess. She continued. You don't know my suffering. You ruined everything for me. Kaylee, curse you. The Empress' bloody eyes were tenaciously directed at Kyle. I stared into her eyes. Even if she was a villain, why the hell did she have to do this? It was when I was wondering. The god of love, Odyssey, responds to you. At that moment, I suddenly felt her feet rise. The eyes of the Empress suddenly approached and I felt as if she had entered her eyes. Then suddenly the surroundings that were dark eventually started to light up. I looked around, and faintly heard the banquet music in my ears. Your Highness the Crown Prince. This you dropped this. When I turned my eyes at the young voice, it was the Empress, no, Rosé. I flinched in surprise, but it seemed as if I couldn't be seen in her eyes. Her face looked much younger than now. Perhaps it was in the past before marriage. And the man receiving the pocket watch was Kaylee. Although he looked shorter, his red hair and eyes revealed that he was Kaylee. Thank you. It was such a blunt answer that the listener would be embarrassed. Yet Rosé looked at Kaylee, who turned around after receiving the pocket watch as if that was enough, for a long time. She thought as she looked at Kaylee's back. Someday I will be standing next to him. Just like the oracle I was told by the saintess when I was 13. Her eyes were sparkling like jewels. Seeing the bright red cheeks, I opened my eyes wide, thinking, no way. The scene unfolding in front of me suddenly changed. And there was Emperor and Crown Prince Kaylee. And other nobles who were discussing something. One of the noble spokes. Among the ladies of the noble families, who is suitable to be the Empress. After the death of the deceased Empress, it seems that her seat can no longer be empty for the sake of the stability of the country. The dark place was the Emperor's audience hall. And in front of him stood Kaylee, who had become a mature young man. He spoke. I think Rosé, the eldest daughter of Count Mikhail, would be most suitable. I have heard that her brother has a bad reputation, but that her own behavior is good. The Emperor had a thoughtful expression on his face. And Kaylee opened his mouth again. I know that Rosé received an oracle from the saintess when she was a child. That she will become a member of the imperial family in the future. The Emperor opened his mouth and muttered. Oh, I see. And outside the door of the audience hall where the audience was being held, something fell. The woman standing with a dazed expression was Rosé, and the thing falling was a handkerchief she embroidered on her own with Kaylee's name on it. Darkness was gradually creeping into her eyes. I couldn't stop wondering. Should I call this a joke of fate? How could your highness be like this? The next scene was a certain hallway. The red sunset was illuminating the faces of the two, a man and a woman. Kaylee opened his mouth with a terribly blunt expression on his face. How you do this to me? You know that I have faithfully saved myself. Because I believed in the oracle. That will be married to the imperial family. Tears welled up in her desperate eyes. Kaylee didn't hide his annoyed expression towards her, who was about to cry, and spoke firmly. What's the problem? The oracle has come true. Is there any problem? I know the only reason you approached me. was to fulfill the prophecy. I gave you what you want. So what's the problem? At those words, her eyes violently shook. The painful sense of reality and the denial that this couldn't be the case. Deep despair and pain stood in her eyes. After a while, a fierce reaction swelled in her hazy eyes. Her clenched fists were trembling. She shouts, "You have brutally slaughtered my world. Very cruelly." However, Kaylee was just staring at Rosé. With a consistently indifferent look. Her voice was hoarse. "Someday." Rosé looked at Kaylee with dark eyes full of hostility and said, "You will regret it, Kaylee. I will make you pay for this." Cold dew was forming in her eyes. And at that moment my feet fell off the floor again. I was back in the present. She was a villain, but the story I saw was a deep tragedy. As I looked at her, not knowing what to say, she suddenly used both hands to grab the blade of a knight's sword standing next to her. I was so startled that I couldn't even make a sound. Prince hurriedly pulled out his sword stuck in her chest. Her dress was stained with dark red blood. Drip. Dark red blood flowed from Rosé's lips. I had been calm all along, even when Alberto's head rolled around, and now my heart was pounding like crazy. Kaylee's voice barely made me come to my senses when I saw him. His red eyes were still burning with cold rage. He said, "She is a woman who shouldn't escape her crimes in this way." Dark bloodlust fluttered behind him. His low voice rang in my ears. He spoke. "She shook the pillars of the empire, tried to assassinate his imperial majesty. She killed my people. She shouldn't die so easily. I don't want you to try to save her." Rosé's eyelids shook, and blood poured out again. It seemed like he was saying it because he was afraid I would save her. I shifted my gaze to Rosé. Her eyes were directed at me. Her bloody hands would no longer have the strength to drive the sword deep. Reus was staring at me with deep eyes. Why did Odyssey show me those scenes? I stood for a moment and thought. Then I spoke. "Your Highness, I won't save her." His eyes, full of hatred and bloodlust, were as eerie as the devil. She, who was dying helplessly, was also looking at me. I was the only one who held Rosé's right to escape from death here. That fact weighed heavily on my mind like crazy, but I had decided. Kaylee's eyebrows wiggled at my words that broke the silence. I looked straight into his red eyes. "So I'm going to let her die like this. After all, this is the path she choosed." I confronted him as I looked into his eyes, who was ready to draw his sword at any moment. Until she completely stopped breathing. Her eyelashes, which were trembling, fell down. I could save people, but it wasn't my area to save someone who wanted to die. Even if there is a reason why she shouldn't die like this. The decision not to save one is as heavy a decision as to save one. I just stood silently. It was far from my eyes, but comfort-like words came to my mind. "The god of love, Odyssey, stands behind you." I could see the blood fading from her pale skin. The sparsely exhaled breaths widened, and as she exhaled her last breath once, she was immersed in the sea of eternal rest. With a selfishly calm expression on her face. The scene shifts to the next day. At the temple, Ariel and Daisy were chatting. Daisy spoke. "The country has been turned upside down. It would have been a big trouble for the saintess, too. Oh my gosh. How dare she think of plotting a rebellion? Only the baby in her belly who died together is pitiful. Really." Daisy let out a small sigh. What happened in the imperial palace was left undisclosed, and to others, it was declared that the empress had plotted rebellion. The Count of Mikhail was devastated and the empress faction completely collapsed. Except for the empress' second cousin, who was hired by Kaylee to help with this. The empress' body was immediately incinerated, and the truth wasn't known to anyone. That the child in her womb was fake. It was the decision of the imperial family, fearing that the country would be overturned once again if that fact was known. Ariel spoke. "I also heard that His Imperial Majesty was also bedridden because of it. That can't be happening, but, whatever." The Empress faction was uprooted, and the listed priests who had internal communication with them were also handed over. Among them, most of the priests sent to the imperial palace were all treated according to the strict new law. The latest examination of priests revealed that the emperor had been poisoned for quite some time. In addition to the chronia the empress was taking, she used several dark drugs to manipulate the emperor. And after the death of the empress, the emperor, having learned all that had happened, lay in bed. I tried to heal the emperor with sacred power, but I found out that the sickness of a heart couldn't be cured even with that. Even if I poured holy energy into his weakened body, he didn't have the will to absorb it properly. Then Ariel asked, "Have you not received a message from the high priest yet?" At my words, Daisy nodded her head suddenly. She spoke. "The high priest also. He's too much to leave the temple empty for 10 days at a time like this. Let's go get some wind." I thought it was going to be okay, and I walked the corridor with Daisy. A familiar voice was heard. "Ariel." I slowly turned my head. Red hair fluttered in the light breeze. The color of his eyes in the sun looked a little darker than usual. However, his strong shoulders, tall stature, and a long sword shackle hanging from his waist were creating a sense of intimidation as always. But I turned to look at Kyle and bowed my head slightly. "May the blessings of the 9 gods rest upon you, Your Highness the Crown Prince." My dress moved and there was a sound. His face, covered in blood and anger, overlapped for a moment with his clean face, but I shook off the afterimage. Instead of the emperor who was recuperating, it said that it was his duty to act in the place of the emperor. Now the whole country was his. "I came to see you. There is something I want to ask you. Why didn't you save her that day?" His words lingered in my ears. I opened my mouth. "You really didn't know?" At my words, he stared at me with his eyebrows hardened. He looked as if he had no idea. Kyle had no interest in relationships with women. But if Rosé had said that much, at least a little bit of tact. He asked, "What do you mean?" He seemed like a man who wouldn't even notice the slightest bit, so I decided not to talk. And after all, the past was a late empress' personal feeling. And knowing the truth won't change anything, so maybe I should keep this as a secret that only I know. The reason I didn't say was because of the gods' will. Kyle's eyes became complicated and subtle. He muttered, "The gods' will." I continued, "I'm the saintess. Doing the gods' will is my priority." Odyssey showed such a flashback scene, so it was really a god's will. It was a pity to have the empress, who committed such a bad thing, die gracefully, but it was still the last wish of the dying. "I see." He spoke. I continued looking at him between his nicely folded brows. I asked, "How is His Imperial Majesty?" He replied, "Still not good." A warm wind blew, a gentle breeze, as if the terrible situation of that day was a lie. We stood precariously between the rolling heads, blood, and pressure. I looked up at Prince and said, "Don't blame yourself. The reason His Imperial Majesty is in the sickbed is because of the Empress. It's not your Highness' fault. We need to make sure who is at fault." His eyebrows wiggled. After staring at me for a while, a faint smile crossed his lips and then disappeared. After a while, I heard his voice. "I'm also glad you looked brave." I nodded and smiled. Even so, I was quite strong and possessed a personality with a lot of self-rationalization. A strong wit is a trait suitable even within the imperial palace. Even his jokes are scary. "The temple is enough for my makeshift kennel." I spoke up to change the subject. "The weather is really nice today. The blue sky over there. The god of destruction, Seal, is doing his best." As there was only silence in the awkwardness, Kyle, who suddenly glanced up at the sky, continued. "Thank you." I was quietly listening to the unfamiliar words, which were making me shy for no reason. My mouth was dry. He continued, "For letting her die. For preventing me from becoming a real monster." At his words, I stared blankly at him. He looked different from usual. Would I say he is a lonely, untamed beast? Never mind. I looked away from him and wiggled my hands. As expected, and Kyle's low voice, "I think I will be visiting the temple more often in the future." The moment I heard those words, my heart was pounding for some reason. And the status window started flashing. An emergency meeting of the gods was held about adopting Kyle Alexis Illide as son-in-law. The god of art, Mond, fiercely opposes. The god of knowledge, Hest, demeans those who wield swords, saying that they are really useless. The god of destruction, Seal, bites Hesiod's leg. The god of love, Odyssey, is eating corn crackers. The god of benevolence, Oman, rises on the podium and gains attention. In fairness, he proposes to take all 3 as concubines. A majority of the gods agree. "Stop it." Watching the flickering chat window, I screamed involuntarily. I thought it was going to be weird. Kyle asked, frowning. Are you talking to me? Only then did I come to my senses and look up at Kyle again. No, that's not it. Anyway, now that Her Imperial Majesty the Empress has passed away, the reason why you will often visit the temple. However, his voice pierced my ears. Since someday, when I see you, something comes to my mind. Pardon, what are you thinking? Without realizing it, the end of my voice trembled a little. Everything has a reason. That voice coldly penetrated my abyss. His eyes were glimmering on me. There must be a reason why you became such a different person. A cold voice pierced my heart. I'm very curious about you. The god of benevolence, Oman, is interested in Kyle's sharpness. Sword masters are skilled in Kai, that's why they have good sensitivity. He continued speaking. How would you react if our common enemy was gone and I was still curious about you? I stared blankly at his red lips and finally came to my senses. It's time to end the increasingly dangerous conversation. I bluntly spoke. Now I'm going to have to go inside. It's been a while since I've been under the sun, so I'm dizzy. He then spoke. You're saying you're running away in a roundabout way. I turned away from his gaze, which was silently staring at me, and made a calm voice. I continued. Your Highness, please go back as soon as possible. Don't you feel uncomfortable going on an outing like this when you have a lot of national affairs? He let out a sigh. And spoke. It's always like this. Being barely close is enough. The positive aspect had to be put in for the real relationship of the original story. I don't know if the original story has any more meaning, though. It was when I left Kyle behind and took a few steps towards my room. Suddenly, something appeared in front of me, making me stop flinching. I raised my head slightly, and when I tried to stand sideways, he also took a step to the side. Then I moved to the other side, and he moved the same way. I spoke. What is he doing now? I frowned a little and said to him, would you mind getting out of my way? But he didn't move, and instead showed a soft smile. The light of purple eyes on his silver hair. A handsome face, white skin, and contrasting red lips. His shoulders are broad and he's a little shorter than Kyle, but he's on the tall side anyway. Is he in his early 20s? Then he spoke. I'm a little disappointed. It was a soft smile, yet somehow my spine was cold. A sense of dread that had been in place for a while. He continued. I can't believe you don't recognize me. His voice rang in my ears. The moment I thought, who is it, a chat window flickered in front of my eyes. The connection with the Oracle will be disconnected. What? I didn't even press disable, but my connection with the gods was cut off. Confused, I licked my lips again. He then spoke. Will you remember if you see this? And as he clenched his fist once and opened it again, a silver coin with a murky light flashed in his palm. I took a breath in surprise. Now I know who he is. The guild leader of the Deepening Magician Guild. Then, behind my back, another move touched me. Prince spoke. What business do you have in the temple? Baron. At that, I opened my eyes wide. Baron. The head of the Deepening Guild is a baron. The man frowned and slowly turned his gaze to Kaylee. He replied to the prince. I have come to investigate the case for the collapse of the Annex of the temple because it's being finalized. Prince muttered, the Lord yourself. He continued. Well, it's a request. From the high priest, so I have to do this much. Kyle nodded his head and spoke. It seems that the saying that Vester built the temple easily is a rumor. Those words pierced my ears. Wait a minute. Vester. If it's Vester. Diego Vester. That villain. The mastermind who sent the real Ariel to her death in the original story. He continued and spoke. There were times when we briefly bumped into each other for a while, but now magicians and priests are getting along well. Wouldn't it be wise to respect each other's territory? As soon as he finished speaking, his purple eyes turned towards me. My heart was beating like crazy. After sending the two men, my mind was confused. I ran towards my bedroom. Don't let anyone in, I said to Daisy as I entered the room. Diego Vester, one of the rulers of the demon realm and the villain of the novel. I found the man, whom I never wanted to run into, on my own. And I was tired of pretending to be enchanted. At that time, I was wearing a holy relic that hides my power, so he wouldn't have recognized me, but I could tell that he had just recognized me again. There were 2 old books about the Devil Realm that I borrowed from the library. Both of them were officially non-existent books, but reading these books over the past few days helped me understand a little about the demon realm. In the demon realm, there is a demon king and demon princes who are its subordinates. Aside from that, many nobles, ordinary demons, and even insignificant demons form a pyramid-shaped hierarchical society. Of course, they weren't large compared to human society, but they were a threat to the extent that everyone could use black magic. In the original story, Diego is the successor of Demon King Leto and a powerful magic duke. He is living as Baron Diego Vester in the human world, but his true identity was like that. Why did he have to be the guild leader of Deviamon Guild? Damn it. Had I known he was Diego, I would never have put such an irrational number. I suddenly heard a voice from behind, breaking my little relief. The saint's bedroom is quite comfortable. I jumped up in surprise. It is true that if you're too surprised, your voice won't come out. As I was staring at him with my big eyes frozen, he gave me a light smile. He continued, "You're also raising a cute egg that appears to have been purchased from the Pencil Guild." Dangerous purple eyes. There was a man who shouldn't be in this room. He spoke in a firm voice. "Ah, don't shout. It will only hurt your neck." It felt like my goosebumps were standing still, but I clenched my fists to regain my composure. The coolness returned after a while. I repeated what he had said, and I knew that perhaps by some trick he had done, my noise wouldn't be heard outside. He then spoke. "You tried to use Deviamon to expel the Empress. The penalty for deceiving me by pretending to be enchanted. I'm worried about how you should receive it. It must have been because of Diego's influence that the Oracle had been disconnected until now." He took 1 step, 2 steps closer to me. I said to him, barely hiding my fear, "I understand you're angry. I would have done the same." His eyes darkened at my words. He continued, "The Empress was completely ousted. I later found out that there was no name Celestine around the Empress. But to see you again at the temple like this." His low voice rang in my ears. He continued speaking, "Should I call this a harvest, or should I call it fate? That you, who deceived me, is that saintess. Why did I only know now? Whether it was malice or magic, an ominous energy enveloped me." His purple pupils contained deep curiosity. I couldn't understand what he was saying. Oracle activation. I looked at him and spoke over and over again. Of course, I fully understand why he's angry with me, but I'm a person who puts my safety first. Then I spoke. "If you come any closer, you will get hurt." And a chat window flashed in front of me. The Oracle is activated. However, unlike usual, the Oracle window wasn't clear and flickered continuously. Still, I focused as much as I could. Seeing the window flickering, I could guess how strong his magic was. There was interest in his eyes. He spoke. "I have never seen a saintess with such power. Everyone was a puppet tying up strings, yet you stand on your own 2 feet." I reached out to him as if I were healing. Then a warm light shone on him like a ray of light. It was because the thought that it might be a healing power for humans but an attack for demons came to my mind like an instinct. Diego stretched out his right hand, black darkness pouring out of his hand, colliding with the light. Whether it worked or not, his darkness didn't come close to me. It wasn't the magic of ordinary magicians, it was a black magic called magi. His fine eyebrows trembled slightly. I spoke. "I don't know what you're talking about, but people can't always win and live. You get to know the world by getting hit in the back of your head once or twice." I blatantly advised him. Then, "The god of love, Odyssey, is curious about the relationship between you and Diego. The god of knowledge, Hest, speaks of his reasoning. Although the gods were wary of Diego, they were reasoning about his relationship with me." And soon my light began to engulf his darkness. "No matter how strong his power is, this is the temple. The house of the gods, the realm of the gods," he said. "So, just coolly forget about the last time." 1 step, 2 steps, he started backing away. But his eyes were as relaxed as if he were dreaming, and his voice was monotonous. "Celestine. Ariel Celestine." I suddenly shrugged at my full name. "I have just decided to regard this meeting as fate." My light almost engulfed his darkness, and he finally smiled faintly as his back touched the window. His voice crept into my ears. "Let's take it slow. There's plenty of time." His voice crept into my ears. "We will see each other again soon." And in an instant, his body disappeared. As if he wasn't there from the beginning. My hand was looking for its color again. The status window in front of me flashed. I let out a small sigh. And to the gods who were curious, I told the whole story. Even secretly finding the Black Magic Guild and meeting Diego. After a while, the oracle window appeared. The gods are holding an emergency meeting. I stood blankly and sat down on the bed. In addition to the gods and the 3 male leads, even the villain took an interest in me. I don't know what kind of interest it is, but it's true that it's ominous anyway. And I felt that my peaceful dream life was getting farther away. The gods have finished the emergency meeting. The chat window in front of my eyes flickered. Oracle LV4 is opened with the unique power of the gods. The power of the gods can no longer be used to raise the oracle level. And immediately the chat window flashed. The god of knowledge, Hest, uses instinct on you. When the oracle was first opened, Hest tried to use it, but it was a feature that could not be used due to the low level. They consisted mostly of ciphers. It is an irregular code that is impossible to interpret. The god of art, Mont, uses response on you. However, when Mont's response began, the situation changed. The ciphers began to be listed in the form of pictures. A screen unfolded in front of me, and the puzzles began to fit together. The temple, the only recognizable characters were that, and the rest were spread out before my eyes as imaged materials. There was a beautiful woman. Her surroundings were shining with a holy light. And there were 3 men around her. One man was holding a scale, the other was wearing a crown and holding a long sword. Another man was wearing a priest's uniform and holding his hands together. And opposite them, there was darkness. A man with 2 devil horns holding an apple and a lot of demons behind him. The man with the devil's horns reached out to the woman, and gave her an apple. Then suddenly everything became dark. And at that moment, the 3 men turned to ashes and began to disappear. The woman with blonde hair, clothes turned black, and her lips twisted wickedly. The world began to fall into darkness. I woke up from my emotions and looked at the book again. Its letters were disappearing. What the hell is this? While watching that amazing scene, the window in front of me started to glow. The god of justice, Hetus, enters your oracle. Who couldn't enter the oracle, takes over the mat of Hetus. They were gods with a somewhat contradictory mood. The god of knowledge, Hest, welcomes the god of justice, Hetus. The two seem to be close because they are similar. The god of benevolence, Oman, demeans Hetus, saying it's a cross. The god of art, Mond, is a bit disappointed when he learns the identity of the newbie. This side didn't seem very friendly. "Excuse me, can you tell me what you just showed me?" The god of love, Odyssey, introduces 3 candidates to the new god. The god of destruction, Seal, presents Kyle's videosphere to Hetus as a gift and opens a business. Well, I don't think now is the time to open the male lead's business. I sighed and waited a little longer, yet they didn't explain anything further. What I felt while watching the oracle was that once the flow went in a certain direction, there was no turning back. And for some reason, the gods didn't give plausible information through the oracle. "Please take care of me." The newly arrived god. In the end, I slightly bowed to the god who entered my oracle. What does the memory I just saw mean? Up to the beginning, it seemed to be similar to the contents of the original story I had read. Saintess Camilla wins the love of 3 men, and is in a noble position. But what follows is a story that can only be described as ominous. Could the man with the devil's 2 horns have something to do with Diego? His words still linger in my mind. "That you, who deceived me, is that saintess." My mind was complicated, the feeling of being handed a piece of a complicated secret. "We will see each other again soon." I shook my head. There was nothing to jump to conclusions yet. Sense shifts after 3 days. Reus returned 3 days later. A priest came running to me and told me that High Priest is injured. He didn't look very well. One of his arms was wrapped in bandages. Of course, there are also blind gods. The god of art, Mond, likes his disheveled top. Contrary to his usual uniform, His tight chest was half exposed, although he looked rather decadent. "Are you okay?" I looked down at him with a worried expression on his tired face. "Shouldn't you rest a little more? You look very tired." It was the first time he had ever shown himself like this. "Master, no, saintess." He seemed a little confused as to whether he was really in a bad state. I asked, "Where have you been?" He replied, "I visited Ares' mine." Ares was the largest mineral and magic stone production area in the Empire. In the original story, it was described as Camilla's hometown. Reus's voice flowed. "I wish everything was in my prediction." His face looked quite dark. Feeling strangely ominous, I asked him, "What happened?" He replied, "The gate of the Devildom has exploded in Ares' mine. You can take it as a bridge connecting the demon realm has been built. It means that the two worlds that should have been separated were connected by a small gap. That means chaos in our world has begun." Thank you for tuning in to watch this season unfold. Your support means the world to us. We're excited to continue the journey with you in the next story. Until then, take care and stay tuned for what's to come.